Okay, we are live. We are live. We are live. Oh, the mic is over here. We are live, man. Well, salute to everyone that's in the chat already. I hope you guys hear me loud and clear. Let me know in the comments. I'm at my pops tonight watching a fight. What's up, Maker? What's good? What's up, D Goose? H, what's up, Josh? What's up, Punch Perfect? I'm doing good, bro. Everything is good, man. Just waiting for this fight to start. Was watching a little bit of the pre-fights before this is starting. Let me pull this a little bit closer. All right. Yeah, I hope everyone is having a good weekend, man. I'm having a great week so far. You know, it's up still on my vacation for the birthday. So I have time to do some live commentary. It's been a while since I did some live commentary on a Saturday night. It's been a minute. But we were getting we were getting great fights from what was it, March all the way up to like June. I think things slowed down a little bit, but I think it's going to start picking up. We do have some big fights coming up. Hopefully Spence and Bud gets made. We have Joshua Usyk rematch coming up soon. you know so we have some fights. We have some good fights. And I'm seeing watching. It's crazy. Sean Porter is everywhere. Sean Porter is doing great, man. Sean Porter is doing exactly what you're supposed to do when you retire. He has a whole nother career. He has his own podcast. He's doing commentary. He's doing exactly what you're supposed to do as a boxer. He still is very aware of what's going on. He still look good. He doesn't look all beat up and stuff. I think that's exactly what you're supposed to do as a retired boxer. Like, you got to prepare for retirement. Like, in whatever career you're in. El Chivo, what's up with you, man? What's up, Ace? Deuce, what's good? What's up, Gio? What's happening? Keith Nelson, what's happening with you? All right. So yeah, let's talk. I mean, tonight we're doing Ryan Garcia against Javier Fortuna. I don't know if you guys seen the breakdown, but I'm basically picking Ryan to win. I'm thinking like 5 rounds. I'm thinking 5 rounds. I don't believe that Javier Fortuna, as good as he is, I think Ryan is just too big. And I saw the weigh-in, and I didn't know this fight was going to be at 140. All right, this is not at 135. This is at 140. And Javier Fortuna looks like a blown up 140 pounder. He wasn't a huge 135 pounder as it is. This is a guy that used to fight at 126. He is not big as a lightweight. He is not a big lightweight. Excuse me. Ryan is clearly bigger. Ryan is definitely going to be a welterweight in no time. He's probably going to finish his career fighting at 154 or something around that. Ryan Garcia has a huge size advantage, and we're going to see it more on the night of the fight. Well, later on tonight. I just don't think this fight is really going to be the fight that I know people are linking like Fortuna has a good chance. I'm not saying he doesn't. He is a good boxer. He does have respectable power. But this fight is at 140. And Ryan actually looks like a 140 pounder. I think I think Javier Fortuna has the power to possibly hurt him. But I just don't see it, man. I think Garcia is going to be all over him, like from jump. I think from jump. I said to you in the breakdown, I actually think the younger version of Fortuna had a better chance only because he was a little bit more wild. I think at this point he's a seasoned fighter. You know what I'm saying? He's not as aggressive as he used to be, and I know he's going to rely on trying to box. I think he's not going to have no choice but to try to box because Ryan is going to come right at him from the opening bell. Ryan's going to try to knock him out as early as possible. He tried to do the same with Emmanuel Tago. Tago was just too slick and didn't want to engage at all. So this is the reason why that fight went as far, as long as it did. But I just don't think that Javier Fortuna, even if he is to try to avoid Ryan, he's not like Emmanuel Tago. He can actually punch. And I just think that he's going to get caught and knocked down and lose a fight. All right. James says Javier Fortuna has to knock him out in the first 3 rounds, or he is toast. Yeah, I mean, I think so too. That's a good point. I didn't even bring that up. I think if Javier Fortuna does get him out of here, I think it's gonna be early. Like it gotta be early, bro. Like it has to be soon. You can't. I don't think it's gonna get better as time goes on. And Javier Fortuna ain't really the best at slowing down the pace or anything like that. So Charles Edward Cheese, bro. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate you, man. Always appreciate you. Thank you for coming through, man, and supporting the channel, man. One of my biggest supporters out here. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. It's been a few years now. You've been coming over and dropping a huge donation, man. But thank you. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Uh, so now the pre-fights are on. Let's talk a little bit about the pre-fights. I did look them up and see what was going on tonight. You got who's fighting tonight? Okay, so you have no real major fights. All right, you got Lamont Roach is on the card. He's fighting Angel Rodriguez, a guy I'm not really familiar with. Didn't seem like he hasn't fought any like elite level fighters. So you got Lamont Roach on the card. You got Alexis Rocha on the card. We know he recently beat Blair Cobbs. He lost. He took his first loss to Rashidi Ellis. All right. And he's on the card, but he's been active since that loss. All right. And he recently stopped Blair Cobbs. All right. You got Diego De La Hoya, who's Oscar's he already won. Okay, he was already on the card. All right, so he already won on the prelims, the early prelims. I didn't see that. But he won earlier. I believe that's his cousin or his nephew. I can't remember, one or the other. All right, so no major undercards. Okay, we just here mainly for the big fight. What's up, Phil? What's good with you, James? What's happening? All right, so we getting into one of the first undercard fights. As soon as it starts, I'll start the commentary. All right, but in between, we're gonna do what we normally do. We're gonna, talk boxing. There's a list of things that I wanted to discuss on this live. There's some news out there. There's some news that Spence and Bud, not news, but according to Mike Coppinger from ESPN, he's saying Spence and Bud is pretty close to being done, and that they're looking at November. Usually when they say that, usually it's a couple of days, 2 or 3 days before the fight actually gets announced. All right, so hopefully he's he's an actual real source. Usually these guys on the majors, usually not always, but usually they're on point. So hopefully we get that fight. You know what I'm saying? Charles asks, Wave, why are we not? What's up, Lavita Boxio? What's good with you? All right. Orgasmatron, what's up with you too? So, Charles, I think, I was talking about this before. Why are we not getting it? Well, because Better BF and Joe Smith Jr. had already agreed on the winner facing Anthony Yard. That's for starters. That fight happened. Yard was at that fight. It was basically announced that fight was, it was already sealed. Okay. So even if that wasn't, even if Bivol, beat Canelo, even if Bivol was available, the fight wasn't happening anyway. All right. They try, I know they were trying to make Bivol fight Joshua Buatsi. That's what Hearn wanted. But the WBA is making Ramirez against Bivol. Okay. I don't know why we're not getting it. I don't know what's the hold up. I mean, we're getting so many what's it called? Undisputed fights. I don't know what's up, bro. I mean, you would think this fight should be not the hardest fight to make. I mean, you got 2 Russian fighters. Normally, when it comes to these international fighters, they're usually easier to make. They're not as bougie. We can just get them. I don't know, man. I want it. I've been wanting this fight, and on the low, if you really think about it, well, let me lower this down some. When you really think about it, Bivol and Better BF have been the top two guys at 175 for a long time. I mean, I'm talking about before all the titles. This is before Better BF was unified. Most people already considered them to be the top two after Kovalev and 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 Adonis Stevenson fell out. Once Better BF beat, maybe when he beat Vogsdick, around that time we should have been pushing for that fight. And I know the fans been pushing for that fight, but we ain't pushed them enough because all these promoters, from Top Rank to Hearn over there on dazn, they've been making every fight but this fight. So I really don't know what's going on. James, thank you, James, for the donation. James says has to be Hagler Hearns 3-round action. Fortuna being Hagler. Yeah, I think Hagler. I think Fortuna got to come out blazing, man. He can't play around. He can't play around. He can't play around, man. He just can't do it. I don't think that it's going to get better as the fight goes on. I think Ryan is going to come at him. I think Fortuna is going to stand his ground. And I don't think the fight is going to last long, regardless of who wins. I don't think it's 50-50, though. I've heard some people say that this is a 50-50 fight. In my opinion, it's not a 50-50 fight. I think it's more like a 60-40, 70-30 type of fight. Javier has a chance. He has a puncher's chance, of course. Plus, he has the experience. But, I think young Ryan is going to take him out, especially because the fight is at 140. I think Ryan is going to be even better. You know what I'm saying? All right. Charles asked, do I think Bivol is a little scared? I saw an interview where he said Beterbiev was the most dangerous fighter in the world. Not sure if this was pre or post Canelo fight. I didn't see that interview, but I don't know. I have no idea. A lot of people are saying that he's scared of Ramirez. I really don't know. I really don't know. All right, we got this fight on now. Sandoval and see what weight this is at. Hold on, give me a second. Sandoval and Jimenez. This is what is this, flyweight? Okay. This is a flyweight fight. This is at 112. All right, yeah. So I really don't know. All right. I really don't know. And as I talk, I'm gonna give you commentary as I talk about, answer some of your questions. All right. Let me look up these two real quick. Because I'm not familiar with neither one. But Mr. Sandoval here is 20 and 15 knockouts, 1 loss. And David Jimenez, he looks so familiar. He's 11 and with 11 wins, 9 knockouts, no loss. He looks familiar. I think I might have seen him on the undercard before. All right, so we're in the first round, and yeah, I think 175 will get around, but I love, as much as I love Anthony Yard, I just can't see him being Better BF, man. Better BF is just too strong, and he's not showing his age. I think he's in his later 30s already, and he's still looking just as fresh as anybody, So we see here in the this fight here so far in this first round, see a lot of head movement, a lot of movement from Jimenez here. A lot of movement from him, like using a lot of angles. Sandoval, nice uppercut. Lands a nice uppercut. It doesn't lose as movement, but he has the better timing so far. Nice right hand lands for him. Nice jabs for Sandoval as well. Yeah, Jimenez is doing a lot of moving, but so far Sandoval's been getting the timing down from what I've seen. And this first round's coming to a close. Nice jab to the body. And Jimenez steps in, lands a nice left hook. They get tied up a little bit. All right, round one done. Phil says, if Yard actually win it, would shock everybody. I'm not saying that Yard doesn't have a shot. Yard has a shot. And I broke this down a little bit. I actually like Yard's chances better than Joe Smith's. And who's the last fighter that fought better BF before him? Marcus Brown. Marcus Brown. I like his chances better. You know why? Because I think he's a better boxer than Joe Smith. I think he's slicker. You know what I'm saying? I think he has the hand speed. And I think he could just do more overall. You know, I still wish he jabbed a little bit more, but I like Yard because I don't know if he's as powerful as Joe Smith, but he has power. That I know for sure. Marcus Brown is slicker than Yard. You know what I'm saying? He's slicker. He's more defensive for sure. But Marcus Brown didn't bring the fight to better BF. It was more about survival. Joe Smith brought the fight to him, but he was reckless. I think the way I'm looking at it is I think that Yard is right in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he can bring a little bit of both without being too reckless, but without being too defensive. If you guys understand what I'm saying. You know, I don't know. Let me know if you agree with me. I just think stylistically, Yard is a better matchup for better BF. I don't think he'll win, but I think he'll be a better matchup. And it won't be a complete shock if he was to find a way to hurt better BF. We've seen better BF down before. We've seen him hurt before. It's not like he can't be touched, but he is very strong. He's physically strong. He's very, very powerful. He's powerful. He's one of the top 5 punchers in the game. And he's a very good boxer. You know, Jimenez is starting to pick it up this round here in his second round. All right. He's very fast and he's still using a lot of movement here, but he's having a better round this round here than he did in the second in the first round. Charles said, yo, imagine Triple G beating Canelo and becoming undisputed. Does he jump back to the top 3 pound for pound? Um uh I you know, with the pound for pound thing, let me not just jump the gun and say top 3, but I think he could, or at least at the bare minimum, top 5. I think so. If Triple G can beat Canelo right now, you know, yeah. And I know Bevo just did it, but Triple G going on 168 and fighting Canelo, the younger Canelo, the Canelo that's beaten him twice, or at least beaten him in the last fight. I think this would be. I mean, it will definitely be Triple G's career best win. You know, and especially at 40 years old, if he could do it now, it'll be huge. It's such a tricky fight here because Sandoval is very, very consistent with his jab. Jimenez, again, he's using a lot. He's using a lot more movement, a lot more angles. He's pot shotting a lot though. You know, I think Sandoval is the one that's like he's pressing forward a little bit more. Oh, nice check, left hook landed by Sandoval, and they go into a nice exchange. They really picked it up that the end of that last round. Nice exchanges from both in that last 10 seconds or so. Kufu said we have to see, basically saying what we have to see what Canelo looked like bouncing back from that loss. Yeah, we do have to look how he is bouncing back from the loss. But if anything, it might be a mental thing more than anything. You know what I'm saying? Um, I want to see how Canelo looks in this fight. I personally think mentally Canelo's going to be okay. Uh, Jimenez landed a great left hook to the body in that last round. Didn't see it. Uh, we gotta see what Canelo looks like. He clearly lost to him Bevo, but I wouldn't go as far as saying like he got beat down. You know what I'm saying? He just got thoroughly outclassed to me. I don't think he got beat down. A lot of it was just he was smaller, he was getting outboxed, he was getting outworked, and he looked tired. That's the first time in a long time we seen him look tired. Like I think the last time we seen Canelo really look tired was the first Triple G fight. So with that being said, in this fight here, I think he is going to this fight wanting to stop Triple G. Like he wants to end the whole Triple G thing. Like I think he wants to put on a show. He is coming off of a loss. Um, and I think he's coming in this fight to try to dominate Triple G. I think he's tired. He's heard what people said, about the first fight and how, even people that think Triple G won the second fight. I read a lot of comments of people that just says Triple G won both fights or whatever. So I think he just wants to end all of the talk, and I think he wants to get a stoppage out of this. And I think Triple G mentally should use that to his advantage. You know what I'm saying? Canelo's going to come for you. Canelo has stood in front of you and traded with you for a whole 12 rounds, unlike the first fight. So being that we know Canelo is going to come at you, use that towards your advantage, work that jab, keep the distance, set the traps, and use it towards a guy that you already got under his skin, and then now on top of that, but Canelo wants to prove something to the world, especially off coming off a loss. He wants to not only prove what, damn, Jimenez is landing some bombs right now. He landed a good left and right. He's fighting with his hands down and just, slipping and countering right now, Sandoval. So yeah, Canelo wants to prove to the world that he's better than Triple G, but he's also coming off a loss, and he heard a lot of criticism, and I think he wants to just get all the criticism out the way, Yeah, James says Canelo is going to go on a rampage, and I think Canelo's coming in to get a stoppage. He wants a stoppage. He wants a stoppage, and I think he's capable of it, but I'm not predicting that. I'm not predicting a stoppage. Triple G in his last fight against Murata. Oh, nice check left hook. These guys are banging, man. I don't know if you guys are watching this, but it seemed like every single round heats up a little bit more. Yo, and let me tell you something. Jimenez need to start fighting with his guard up, because he's sitting there, he's doing a lot of head movement, but he's getting hit with a lot of shots. And I think he needs to make some adjustments. He's getting hit a little too much up top. Yusuf, thank you, bro, for the donation. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Another one of my big supporters, man. Appreciate that donation, man. Celia says, yo, Wave, what do you think? Ahmadaliev versus Fulton at 122. Should the new age move up? All right, so I have Fulton being Ahmadaliev. All right. I think that would be a great fight. I can see Fulton get caught with a big shot at some points and probably get hurt, if not drop. But I think Fulton wins on points. I still believe that Figueroa was a tougher fight for him. Barely, barely. Ahmadaliev is very dangerous. He can box good. He's a southpaw. He can punch. I think he's going to get caught with a shot, but I still see Fulton. I was just more impressed with Fulton's last fight. You know what I'm saying? I just was a little bit more impressed, and I still think Fulton beats him. Now, the second part of your question, should a new age move up? Well, if he can't get an undisputed fight next, then move up. You know, if he can't become undisputed, then move up. I did a poll not too long ago. I think a lot of people feel that even if Inoue were to move up right now and fight Fulton, I think there's more people that actually believe that Inoue would beat Fulton at 22 at like right now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people believe that he would beat Fulton right now at 122. You know, again, if Inoue cannot secure that undisputed fight, and listen, it's not that I don't think he would win. It's just that I just want to see him actually become undisputed. It'll be great. You know, he already beat the best guy at 118. He's already been proven that he's the top guy at 118 for years now. 122, go up, fight Fulton. And what I want is for Fulton or Ahmadali if become undisputed, Inoue become undisputed, Inoue moves up and fight the undisputed champ at 122. If this is a perfect world, that's what I would like. I would love for that to happen. You know what I'm saying? Um, but if not, you know, most likely I don't expect it to happen. I expect the winner of Akhmadaliev or Fulton. Even if Fulton were to lose that fight, I expect him to go up to 126 soon. I don't know if he's going to be hanging around for a new way. I just don't believe it. You know, I don't think so. This is a pretty close fight, but I think Jimenez is winning the fight. I think Jimenez is barely winning the fight. It's a very competitive fight though. It's every round has been close. Like again, I still feel that Sandoval is is just better with the jab. You know what I'm saying? He's been landing good body shots. I think Jimenez, on the other hand, has probably landed more power shots though. It's a close fight. Whoa. Jimenez just caught 2 hooks. All right, at the end of that round. He got to be careful. If he keeps fighting this reckless, he's going to get caught and he's going to get hurt. Oh, if you guys are here, make sure you please, if you can, share the video and hit that thumbs up. Please hit that like button for me and share the video on your social media and all that. Appreciate it. All right, we going into round 5, I believe. Yeah, that was definitely low. All right, so we're in round 5. Pretty good fight, though. I'll tell you that. Definitely a very even matchup. Very even. I see Jimenez is starting to keep his hands up. He's keeping his hands up a little bit more. Nice uppercut lands by Jimenez, and Sandoval lands a right hook. Nice left hook by Jimenez. Jimenez got some really good movement, man. I like his angles too, but I like Sandoval's angles too. But he's more like a more into the fundamentals. You know, I think Jimenez is a lot more movement, a lot more athleticism. So he's probably the better athlete between the two. All right, but I think like with Sandoval, he's sticking to the fundamentals. He's working behind the jab more. Nice lead right hand lands for Jimenez. And Jimenez is also switching. Nice right hand lands. And he back. Sandoval's putting some pressure on Jimenez now. Landed a nice right hand and back Jimenez up a little bit. Football, I actually um spoke about this the whole video. I'm sorry, man. I did a whole lot of talking about Yard, Beevil, Better BF, and Ramirez and stuff. I just the whole live. I just basically been talking about that. So you might have to check back. I think that was one of the first questions I was asked on this video. I spent most of the majority of this live so far talking about 175. All right, but basically, I want undisputed, but it's gonna take a little bit. I just don't know. I just don't know if we're gonna get it. But it's seeming like it's gonna take longer than most of the more recent undisputed fights that we've been getting. I don't know if we're gonna get it anytime soon, man. And all these guys got tough fights. Bevo got a tough fight coming up against Ramirez. Yard ain't no pushover neither against Better BF. Oh, nice right. Big shots landed by Espinal. Sandoval. I'm sorry, Sandoval, not Espinal. So Lamont Roach is getting ready. He's getting warmed up in the back. This fight is gonna be at Super Feather against Angel Rodriguez, who I'm not familiar with, to be honest. All right, I haven't seen Lamont Roach. I haven't seen one of his fights in a minute. It's been a little while since I watched a Lamont Roach fight. Very technical fighter though. Slows down the pace. Good counter puncher. Not really aggressive. So if Angel, let me look up Angel or Angel Jimenez. Oh, not Jimenez, Rodriguez. Let's look him up. I know he's 20-1, only 10 KOs, so he's not a huge puncher. But neither is Lamont Roach. And that fight is a 12 rounder. This must be for some side of title. No, it's not. It is a 12 rounder though. And I expected to go 12 rounds. All right, so we're in the 6th round of this Sandoval Jimenez fight, man, and it's a pretty good fight. It's a lot of action, good exchanges from both. The styles match up well. I can't really call it. I think, to be honest, man, I think this is a tough fight to score because I don't think anyone's clearly winning these rounds. I don't think anyone's clearly winning this round, but I actually like the work that Sandoval has been doing the last few rounds. I'll say that. Like, I prefer what he's doing a little bit more. He's using his jab, and he's been landing some good hooks, and I think he's getting the better of the exchanges they're having. You know, they both seem to be really fit too. They're both another hook lands for Sandoval. He's been catching them with these hooks, and it's always in the exchanges that they both have. He's just been another right hand lands on Jimenez, and Jimenez is getting caught with some big shots here, and he's being forced to hold his hands up. But even with his hands up, he's still getting caught. Sandoval's putting the pressure on him too now. This is one of the first clear round. We're about 45 seconds left in the 6th round. Jimenez lands a good right hand. We're about 40 seconds left in the 6th round, and I think this is like one of the more clear rounds in the fight. Jimenez is undefeated. Sandoval only has one loss. This round's coming to a close, and clearly Sandoval's around. Clearly, I like the body shots for Sandoval as well. Nice right hand lands for Jimenez, and then you know what? They go into the exchange. Yo, every time they hear that 10 seconds left sound, they go crazy. Every single round. I think every round in this fight, they hear 10 seconds left on the clock, and they just go nuts. Anybody watch this fight? Who do you guys like in this fight? If anyone's watching the undercard, nice overhand right. Yeah, it was an overhand right. And you guys in the comments watching the fight, let me know how do you guys see this fight so far? Nice right hand for Jimenez. He comes in with a nice 1-2. Nice left hook lands too. Nice right hook lands for Jimenez. He's having a good round so far. Nice jab too. Okay. Nice low. That's a little low. It was a little low. So Jimenez is starting off fast the 7th round. Nice left hook lands for him. He's definitely doing better this round. Stepping it up. No one seemed to really get hurt by anything in this fight so far, though. Nice right hook to the body lands for Sandoval. Sorry. Sandoval. But Jimenez is up this round so far. Sandoval is really going to the body this round here. They have Sandoval up by a lot as far as the punch stacks, landing a whole lot more, throwing a lot more. Sandoval and Jimenez is fighting a lot in the inside here this round. Sandoval is doing a little bit better going to the body. Jimenez is pretty much head hunting. I think he needs to switch it up a little bit more. But Jimenez is having a good round overall. We are just under a minute left in the 7th round. Whoa, the referee is taking a point from Jimenez for a holding. I'm trying to wonder, did he warn him enough for this? Jimenez didn't he didn't really argue with the point taken, but that could be crucial, if the fight is as close that as I think it might be. Jimenez seems to be stepping up the pace here now that he got a point taken away from him. He's holding again, though. He is holding a little bit. Oh, was the Lawrence King fight canceled? I'll let you know in a minute. I don't see him on the card. All right, I'm on BoxRec right now, and his name is not on any fight. So I don't know. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but maybe it did happen. Maybe it's not a televised fight. No, the Ryan fight is not pay-per-view. It's not on pay-per-view. It's just on regular DAZN. Oh, okay. I mean, if he was, I didn't watch the full pre-fight, so he might have been on there. I'm just basing it on the box rec. I don't see him showing. I don't see them showing a win or a loss. Yeah, nah, he didn't fight tonight. He didn't fight. I just looked him up. He didn't fight. Yeah, he didn't. He didn't fight. He didn't fight. All right, so we're in the eighth round here, and it's looking like it's gonna go to 12. Because no one has yet to hurt each other. I mean, and they both been dropping some pretty good some bombs here, but we haven't gotten any like real like signs of anyone being hurt or overwhelmed or outworked. I think Sandoval is definitely throwing more punches, but Jimenez has been landing some big shots in this round so far and last round. Rick Tim said it was on BoxRec too, like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, yeah, it's not on there. Nice body shot from Sandoval. Another body shot. He's going. Oh, nice uppercut by Jimenez. Nice exchange. And I mean, halfway through this eighth, and these guys are going to war. I think he hurt. He might have hurt Jimenez to the body. Yeah, he hurt him. Jimenez is on the move. Sandoval got to go at him. Jimenez is back to holding. Another body shot lands for Sandoval. Sandoval is just eating up his ribs right now. Let's see if something happens. He needs to keep that pressure going. He's slowing down too. He might have punched himself out a little bit. Because Sandoval could have kept it going. Nice uppercut lands for Jimenez. No, Sandoval. Sandoval landed uppercut. Has Jimenez hurt. Lands a left hook. Jimenez is on the move. He's moving. Sandoval is staying on him though. Another left hook to the body lands. Oh, nice uppercut from Sandoval. Jimenez looked like he's going to go down, but he holds him again. And he has now his eyes a little swollen too. 15 seconds left. I think Jimenez is going to survive. Yeah, he's going to probably survive this round, this eighth round here. He's just tying him up. Sandoval's trying to hunt him down, but he's not going to make it in time. He hurt him like 2 or 3 times in this round. Just couldn't get the job done. Jimenez got out of there every single time. Hey, Vaughn, what's up? What's happening, Joe? They're showing Javier Fortuna come into the building here. And King Ryan Garcia is entering the arena too. Yo, did Ryan get like a bunch of tattoos at once? I don't remember him being this tatted. I don't know why the fight was at 140. Maybe yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was struggling to make weight. I mean, he looks great. Um, I don't know why I was at 140. I don't know if he's gonna stay at 140 now. I mean, he might stay at 140. We know To is going up. Devin eventually is going to go up. Especially if he can't get a super fight down at 135. I don't see him sticking around at 135 for too much longer himself. All right, so we're in the ninth round here, and Jimenez is back on the move. Sandoval is really still digging to the body and trying to chase him and trap him. It seems like Jimenez is tying up over and over again. Nice 1-2 lands for Jimenez. All right, he's having a pretty good round, pretty much a recovery round, but he's looking good this round so far. Is Josh Taylor still the king at 140? I mean, even though I believe he lost his last fight, yes, he still is. I mean, as much as I believe he didn't win, um, he's still the guy to beat at 140. I think Jack Catterall beat him, but even with that performance, you can't go and say that he's the king now. I saw a little bit of Arnold Barbosa's fight last night. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched some of the highlights. I saw that he did get hurt in the fight. But Arnold looks good. He's looked good for a while. Uh, but I'm not sure if I still don't believe he's ready for like the top 5 guys, like wherever you have it. I still think that I can still picture him getting clipped by one of the top guys, and if he were to fight him right now. I still think he needs more fights before he gets in. I think he won a junior title last night. I might be wrong, but I still think Arnold, as many fights as he's been in, I'm still not completely sold on him yet. I think he's a very good boxer. And I think he definitely is, I mean, for the record that he has, he should be fighting the elites, but I think the elites beat him. Jimenez had a great round, by the way. This is a clear win and a good comeback round for him. He won this round. He won this round for sure. From multiple times the last round. I think he got a point taken away from him the round before that. A good comeback round for him, but he's not winning the fight at this point, though. He's not winning the fight. Judging by his comments, think Taylor's gonna lose the rematch too. You know what? I haven't really paid attention to everything he said. I know after the first, I know when he lost I mean, at least, well, when he won the fight, I know that he was saying a lot of comments about him, watching and rewatching it and thinking that he won. And I'm just glad that he's trying to make the rematch happen. Hopefully the rematch really does happen. And that's all I gotta wait and see. Do I think he's gonna win? I mean, I think he's gonna do better in a rematch. I think he's gonna, regardless of what he's saying to the public and in these interviews, I think he can win this fight. Like, even though he lost, in my opinion, it's still a winnable fight. Especially because he ended off strong. He ended the fight strong. I think if he rewatches it, makes some adjustments, I think he can do better in a rematch. If they are gonna fight, I'm gonna pick him to win. I'm gonna predict for him to win the fight. I don't know how he's gonna look. And let me just mention too, Jimenez is having another good round. I don't know how this fight is gonna be scored because, again, I think a lot of those earlier rounds are swing rounds. But from what I'm seeing, Jimenez is having another good round. And even though he was hurt in the 8th, he didn't get dropped. So I don't know how these judges are scoring it, but if he is to win this round as well and win the last 2 rounds, it's probably going to be anybody's fight. So if you guys tuning into this fight here, and it's a pretty good fight, Jimenez is having another good round, in my opinion. I think he's winning this round, and I think he won the last round. They got to watch out for the headbutting. Sandoval's accuracy and his volume has slowed down a bit. And Jimenez is starting to look like he's He's fighting like he's losing. Like he's doing great. He's having a great round. He's landing combinations. He's using angles. Like he's doing great right now. He's having an amazing round. This is probably his best round. He's doing great. Yeah, he did relinquish the title. I did speak on that. He did relinquish the title, and I hope they make the rematch. Yeah, I think they should make the rematch. I know when we talk about 140, I hope Regis Prograis get into some kind. I saw his rant about not being able to get a title shot. I mean, I think it's really all business. They got to get him involved in a fight, man. I don't know what's going on with Regis Prograis. I don't know. It's just like another really talented fighter. It seems like ever since the World Boxing Super Series, him losing to Josh, it seems like no one really wants to fight him, but we can't just sit around just like, yo, no one wants to fight me, no one wants to fight me, no one wants to fight me. All right, well, you have to do something to make people pay attention, because people forget. And I love him. He's like my favorite guy at 140, to be honest. He's been my favorite guy at 140. He's been my favorite since even before the Josh Taylor fight. He's been my favorite to watch at 140. But he needs to do something. You know, he needs to get a good fight and a respectable win. We're not just gonna live off the fact that you almost beat Josh Taylor, or you could have, or you should have beat Josh Taylor. We need more than that. Like we need, all right, get a fight done. I don't know if I think he's with the PBC. They need to do something with him. I know he had a fight on Triller. I don't know what's going on with Regis Prograis, but he got to get something because he's just wasting his best years right now. It's like a similar situation, like it's like a Demetrius Andre situation where, like, you're really good, but we're not getting any fights, and we're just gonna keep blaming the fact that nobody want to fight you. Like somebody got to make a fight happen somewhere. I don't know who his manager is. I don't know what the business situation is, but we got to get a fight. All right, we're in the 11th round, and you know what? I'm just gonna say, like, it's anybody's fight. Nice hook lands for Sandoval. It's anybody's fight, in my opinion. Jimenez wins his last two. I don't know. He's coming back though, and he's starting out good so far in this 11th round here. It's gonna be a close one. Got to remember too, he had a point taken. Corey says Ryan's fight with Tago was at 142. Really? Wow. You know what? I don't remember that, but I think you might be right. I did cover the fight live. It was at 140. Yes. Okay. All right. So, I mean, listen, and it should be no surprise. Luke happened in January of 2021. And then Ryan went a whole 13 months without fighting. So he might not even be able to make 135 anymore. He might not even be able to make 135 anymore. Joe Allen says he looks like he might be on something. Um, I'm not going there with that. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna even make that call. Kufu says, right, too many talented fighters are letting their primes pass them by. Yeah. You got to get in there. You got to get in there. I mean, listen, he's been active, but he's not fighting like top tier guys. He's not fighting top tier gears. Oh, whoa! Jimenez dropped him, knocked his mouthpiece out, caught him and with a hook. I told you guys, like Jimenez was coming back, and he dropped Sandoval, and Sandoval might have dropped the ball for this fight. He was winning. I think this is a comeback here. Sandoval not only looked gas in the last few rounds, he's getting dominated right now. He's getting dominated right now. Jimenez is on his ass right now, and the round is over. Sandoval looked like he might be done. And you know what? I don't know how he's gonna look. We knew that Jimenez got hurt in the 8th round, but Sandoval got hurt a lot more in this round. I mean, Jimenez hit him so hard that his mouthpiece flew out of his mouth, man. I don't know, man. It's not looking good. It's looking like a win for Jimenez right now, man. The undefeated Jimenez. He came back. Ever since he got hurt in the 8th, he's come back. Oh, no, that wasn't his mouthpiece. That's just a big-ass piece of spit. That wasn't his mouthpiece. Damn. Y'all caught that? EK, no, Fortuna. Oh, maybe Fortuna didn't make the weight. I mean, I don't know. I can tell you this though. Like I said earlier in this video, Fortuna doesn't look good as a 140 fighter. You know, early in this live, I said Fortuna looks like a blown up 140 fighter. He doesn't look good. And it's just even more like this is gonna be an easy win for Ryan, in my opinion. I'm not really seeing Fortuna being that guy. Fortuna is not a big lightweight, you know, so he looks like a blown up fighter at 140. I don't think he's ever fought above lightweight. And he's a naturally much smaller guy. Like, I think Ryan is just too big, too strong. And I think it's an easier fight than the Luke Campbell fight, in my opinion. This fight is on DAZN. Sandoval's trying to fight back, but Jimenez is smothering him. Jimenez is really putting the pressure. He's trying to get a stoppage. We're 1 minute into the final round, and it's been a very, very good fight, to be honest. I can't complain at all. This has been a good fight. Nice hook to the body by Jimenez. Jimenez still looks strong, yo. He's still fighting like it's the first round, which is crazy. But, you know, Sandoval is hitting back. He lands a big right hand. And he also landed a combination in the body. But Jimenez is coming on. He's coming stronger. I don't think he's going to get a knockout. Because Sandoval is fighting back. He's fighting tough. Oh, Jimenez just hit him with a 3-piece. Yo, this is some good action right here. Yo, this is some good. You could hear the crowd like, this is some pretty good action right here. Good fight. 45 seconds left in the fight. Yeah, this is gonna go the distance, man. I don't think these guys, neither one of them, having it in them to get another knockdown. I don't know, man. It's a closer round. It's been a closer round. It's a tough round to score. All right, good fight. Good fight. Good fight. Very good fight. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Because Jimenez scored a knockdown, but he also got a point taken from him for holding. The earlier rounds were really, really, really like they were swing rounds, in my opinion. The middle rounds were won by Sandoval up into the 8th. And then Jimenez took over the 9th, 10th, and 11th. 12th can go either way. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I'm not really giving it. I really don't know. I'm gonna let the judges call this one. This is a tough fight to score. This was a pretty good fight. Yeah, the fight is on the zone. If you guys are just coming in, the fight is on the zone. Nah, we actually have 2 more fights before Ryan's fight. All right. Ryan's fight is not scheduled. The ring walkout is not scheduled till 11 o'clock. Um, that's Eastern time. All right, so it's probably gonna be like 11 o'clock, 11:15. We're not gonna get round one until like 11:15. I say so. We still got a couple more hours. What's up, Dominique? The final punch stats. Sandoval landed 249 to 163 from Jimenez. They're not showing power punches or anything like that. Jimenez lower percentage, 27 to 35% for Sandoval. Again, these are punch stats. They don't tell the whole fight. Punch stats. A lot of it is really based on what rounds are won, who landed the more accurate punches, the bigger punches. What's up, Star? All right, see you soon, Corey. What's happening? Yeah. He definitely gave him some mid work with that 3-piece. That three piece was clean. All right, here we go with the scorecards. Give me a minute. One four, 114, 114, 112, 130. Majority. They gave it to Jimenez. They gave it to Jimenez. Sandoval's pissed. What? Yo, did you just hear that? Sandoval was a 16-1 favorite. Yo, I wish I put money down on that. I had no idea. 16-1 favorite just lost. Damn, somebody made some money tonight. That was a good ass fight, though. That was a good fight. What do you guys think of the score? I mean, like I said, I thought it could have gone either way. It was a close fight. The scorecards were close though. It wasn't wide, so I don't see a robbery or anything like that. He got a point taken, but he scored one back with the knockdown. Good. It was a good fight. It was a very good fight. Good fight. I don't know if the next two are going to be as good as this one. All right, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna grab me a drink. All right, good fight to start at. Joe Allen said July 10th, 2008. All right. Salute to you and your son, man. Both share the same birthday. Dominique says, surprised they didn't give it to the A side. What's up, Ralph? What's good with you? All right. So again, if you guys are just joining us, the fight is on dazn. We still got 2 more undercard fights to go before we get to the main event. All right. What's up, Celia? Yeah, man. I think that every boxing fan, like every hardcore boxing fan, should go to the Hall of Fame if they can, at least maybe once in a lifetime. You know what I'm saying? It's not something you uh go everywhere. That was my first time going to the Hall of Fame weekend event, but I've been to the Hall of Fame 3 times. That's my 3rd time being up there. I just never went. This was my first year going the actual weekend on the actual ceremony. And I think this was the best one that you could go to because they had 3 classes in one, and they were major classes. You know, you had Floyd there, you had Cotto, Bernard Hopkins, Roy Jones, James Toney. You had so many, from all of the female boxers. I mean, they had everybody, every major person that's retired in recent years was there. Andre Wood. It was just so many. It was just so many people there. You know what I'm saying? It was a great experience. Um, that's all I can really say. It was great. All right, so let's talk about some of the other things that's going on in boxing as we wait for the next fight because we got some time. If you Orgasmatron says stop drinking apple juice and drink some real stuff, Wave. I got Jameson tonight. I'm on the Jameson tonight. So let's talk Spence versus Bud. Hopefully it happens in November. Mike Compinger from ESPN saying that it's going to happen in November. They're pretty close to getting the fight done. So hopefully we get an announcement within the next couple of days. Um, and that's all I really got to say. I know there's a lot of, especially there's a lot of media, there's a lot of channels out here that just talk about stuff. I know Floyd Mayweather was talking recently about there's nothing about the fight happening or something like that. Me, to be honest, man, I just like to wait until the fight is announced. If the fight is announced, then we get it. If the fight is not announced and another fight is announced, then we get that. I know a lot of people want to make their money, so I'm not hating on anybody that want to create content and make 150 videos about Crawford and Spence. That's cool. That's their business. Make the fight, then we could talk about it. I did a breakdown of the fight, and that's pretty much the only video I've done on those two in recent months. I did a breakdown. I did an early breakdown. It's a 40-minute long breakdown. If you didn't see it, check it out. That's what I could give for you. I'm not going to talk about rumors all day. He said, she said stuff. I'm not good with just gossipy type of talk. All right. I heard something about what did they say? Bud is gonna fight Thurman first, and then Spence is gonna fight Stanionis next, and that those two are gonna fight first before the actual fight between Bud and Spence. If that's true, then fine. Let the news come out. Let it be announced. Obviously, I want Spence and Bud to fight right now, but I'm not. I'm not with the. I'm not gonna do the gossip every single day. Give me some straight news, some official news. If it's not official, if it's just a rumor, I'm not gonna make a million videos about it. I want Spence and Bud. If Spence fights Stanionis first, if he has to, and Bud, I'm not. You know what it is? You know what I see? I know I understand that people gotta eat. I know people got to make content and make money. So I understand that. But I don't like the bias reporting. People are already trying to make excuses or why the fight don't happen. They're already blaming someone for why the fight is not happening. When they interview the two fighters, they're saying that the fight is going to happen next or the fight is going to happen this year. That's what they're saying. People on the internet are saying otherwise. Spence says something about, like, on Twitter, these guys are making a lot of videos. All these people are making videos off they're making money off of my name. And it's true. It's true. But the people that make money off his name are also promoting the fight. This is free promo. This is free promo because channels are talking about the fight and it's hyping up the fight. So there's good in that. You guys haven't even started marketing the fight yet, and everyone is talking about it. So it's good on that side. So you can't. That's why I said I'm not mad at the content creators for making their money and making content. That's what they do. That's what we do. But as far as the gossip and doing the bias reporting, where you're putting somebody at blame and no one's in the room, in the negotiating room. No one's in a room with these guys when they're negotiating. Nobody's doing the business. No one's making the phone calls. It's just a bunch of fake reporting. That's what I don't like. So I'm not going to act on every rumor that comes out. I could, but I don't really have the time. I'd rather give you a breakdown of the fight because there's not too many people that can do that. I'd rather do that than just give you fake news every other day. That's just not me. I read a report the other day that Thurman is interested in fighting Lara. Like, I guess if he doesn't get a fight at 147 that he wants, he's interested in fighting Lara. Lara said he would take the fight at a catch weight because, remember, Lara doesn't fight at 54 no more. He fight at 60. So, that was kind of just random. I know back in the day, Lara called out Keith Thurman when Thurman was like unified. I know Lara was interested in fighting Keith Thurman. Even though Lara is older, I think he beats Keith Thurman still. I never thought that was a good matchup for Keith Thurman. The fight is definitely not over with. We're close. We're not even close to the main event. What's up, Icky? Thank you. Yeah, so Thurman and Lara, if Thurman feels like it's nothing, he can get, he can't get any fight he wants at 147. I guess, if you want to fight Lara, go ahead and do it. I don't really think that's a realistic fight, though. I can't see that happening. It's not the most unrealistic fight, but I don't believe it's really a realistic fight neither. But you never know. All right. I'm also hearing, I did read a report about Deontay Wilder. Yeah, it's silly. I feel like I don't see the point. I heard rumors that they were trying to get Thurman to fight Boots, and I heard that Thurman overpriced himself. That's another rumor that was like going around on social media. I don't know how true that is. That's not the first time we heard about Keith Thurman asking for too much money. But if you're gonna fight a guy like Jaron Ennis at this point, it's a win-win for Jaron Ennis. You know what I'm saying? Keith Thurman at this point, he's just trying to get a big fight. He's already been in a ring with Pacquiao. He's already been unified. He's the older guy. So I can't get mad at him for wanting just another big fight because he does have a name. I can't, I would expect him to overprice himself at this point, But the biggest fight he was involved in, he did lose. And then he went on a 2-year break. So is he as valuable as he think he is? And I hate to say that. I hate to talk about whether or not a fighter is is valuable enough. I think people are doing that with Bud now, with this Spence fight. He's overpriced himself. He's not this valuable. Listen, Spence and Bud, that fight together, the reason why that fight will be their biggest fight is because they're fighting each other. They both need each other to make the fight as big as it's going to be. Whatever number it does on the pay-per-views, whatever viewers, whatever they do, at the gate, it's because of each other. People have been talking about this fight since Bud was still at 140, since Spence was still a prospect. People have been talking about this fight. And I think that's one thing that people need to understand. I get comments and I read comments about, Spence talking bad about Bud and his accomplishments, and he hasn't fought anybody this. And I'm like, okay, well, if you truly believe that, then it wouldn't be a big win if Spence were to win. If Spence wins a fight, you're taking away from the credibility that he would receive for winning that fight. And the same thing for Bud fans. If Bud fans are out there talking about Spence and his wins, saying that Spence only beat, he only beat, guys that already lost or guys that was hurt. If you're going to bring up these points, you got to remember that this is also Bud's best win. This would be Bud's best win, just like it would be Spence's best win. And I don't think it's debatable. These are clearly the best opponent available for both fighters by far. It's not even debatable. It seems like most people can't make content, or most fans in general can't make an opinion without being completely biased. You don't want to water down Bud's accomplishments by saying he didn't beat nobody at 147. And you don't want to water down Spence's accomplishments neither. You don't want to do that, because this win, this is the best matchup that can be made right now, in my opinion. It might not be the biggest fight, but it's probably the best matchup. They're both undefeated. You know what I'm saying? They both got knockouts. It's just a great fight, for this generation. All right, so Angel Rodriguez is getting ready to fight Lamont Roach Jr. All right, this is one fight. We're still 2 fights away from Ryan Garcia and Javier Fortuna, if you're just joining us. So we still got a lot of time to go. All right, so Celia, as a boxing commentator, yes, I would order Keith Thurman against Virgil Ortiz. Yes. Do I think it's a great pay-per-view? It's a great fight. Does it have to be pay-per-view? No. But I will be paying the pay-per-view because I have to do commentary. All right. But it's not the worst pay-per-view in the world. I think some of the Tanks ones were just totally not pay-per-view worthy. You know what I'm saying? Most of those aren't pay-per-view worthy. A lot of pay-per-views are not just worth pay-per-views money, in my opinion. But would I pay for it? Yes, I would pay for it because I have to do commentary on it. if I'm just as a fan, would I do a pay-per-view and say, hey, let's do a fight party for Keith Thurman and Virgil Ortiz? Probably not, but it's not a bad matchup. It's not. I like to see the top prospect versus or top contender who's undefeated versus one of the top fighters in the division. That's always good, Keith Thurman's gave us some great fights. He's had a great career. And Virgil Ortiz is one of the top new guys up. Him, Boots, and Stanionis. You know, that's the top three up and coming guys at welterweight. So it's good. Inline says Luis. Inline offline says Luis Ortiz has his second pay per view this year. Yeah, man. I mean, that's actually a lower that fight you guys just brought up between Thurman and Ortiz. I think that's a much more pay per view worthy type of fight than Luis Ortiz and Andy Ruiz. I just think Andy Ruiz is riding off the fact that he beat Joshua that one time, and there's nothing else there. You know what I'm saying? At least Luis Ortiz gave us a classic against Wilder in the first fight. That was a great fight. I went there that night. That was an amazing night of boxing. Um, I mean, he's almost just about knocked out almost everybody else he's fought. Andy Ruiz, I don't know, man. I just don't think I think he's lost the hunger. All right, so we're in this first round of the Roach Rodriguez fight. And I like that Roach is being the aggressor between the two. Roach is coming forward and he's forcing Rodriguez to fight on his back foot. And he's winning so far. He looks good. Roach looks good so far. Again, I'm not familiar with Rodriguez. I don't think I've ever seen him fight. But Roach is having a better round so far. Nothing heavy's landed, but he's the one that's coming forward. And he seems to be doing the better work in this first round here, which is coming to a close. Rodriguez lands a nice jab. Not much action though. Not much. Filling out right around for sure. I mean, I seen the pictures of Ruiz. I seen a picture of Ruiz, and he always looks like he's in decent shape, but he looked terrible against Joshua in a rematch, and he looked bad against Chris Ariel. You know, he looked bad against Chris Arreola. I'm expecting Luis Ortiz to win. I'm expecting Luis Ortiz to win. All right, we're in round two against with Roach and Rodriguez here. I gave round one to Roach. I'm gonna score this fight. I'm gonna score this fight. I'm gonna talk to you. We're gonna chat, but I'm gonna score this fight as we go. And again, neither one of these guys are known to be big punchers. Based on their record. I mean, I've watched Lamont Roach Jr. fight. He's never been a huge puncher. Uh, and this is a 12 rounder. So I wouldn't be surprised if we got 12 rounds of a slow fight. Nice left hook lands for Roach. Rodriguez is very quick though, and he fights pretty well on a back foot, man. He's caught Roach with a few good shots as he's coming in. Yeah, the crowd's not into the fight because this is a real technical fight. Neither one of them is really looking to really They're both being extremely cautious, you know. And as Roach comes in, Rodriguez is throwing some bombs from the inside. Or no, he's trying to counter him with some bombs. I've seen him throw some uppercuts. You know, this is a distant fight. And both fighters are really slick, you know, and both are quick too. So both are fighting very cautiously. Nice overhand right lands for Roach. But he's being very cautious because Rodriguez is quick and he's a good counter puncher. You can tell. But this is a total opposite of what we were getting in the last fight. You know, last fight was getting a lot of punches. And Roach is trying to push the action. He's trying to push it, but he's still being very cautious himself. We got 30 seconds left in the second round. Not much action going on. I mean, they're both throwing, but no one's landing many. It's not many clean punches landed. I mean, they're both displaying some pretty good defense. Roach lands a right to the body, and he's doing a good job blocking a lot of the counter punches from Rodriguez as he pressures him. Nice right hand lands for Roach again. Rodriguez, every time Roach throws something, steps in, he throws a combination just about every time. But he's not landing. Roach is doing a good job slipping these shots, blocking most of these shots. Eddie says Lamont Roach need to do an Ellis on Golden Boy. They got nothing for him. Yeah, that's possible. You know, they don't really promote him that good. You know, he's one of those fighters that's good, but we don't really hear from him until we fight. We see him fight, and he's been active. He fought twice in 2021. Uh, he fought in 2020. He lost to Jamel Herring in 2019. But he's not fighting any top tier guys right now. You know, I don't know where he's at on the rankings when it comes to 130. You know, 130 has been like a pit stop lately. You know, guys moving up from 126 to 130. Um, you know, Valdez recently moved up. Well, 126, I'm sorry, 126 has seemed to be more of a pit stop. You know, most of these guys are going to 130 or 135. 135 is where the names are. You know, but you don't hear much about Lamont Roach, and he's a pretty quiet guy. Nice right hand lands for Rodriguez, by the way. But it's a very slow fight, man. I gave Roach the second round too, by the way. I have him up 2-0. But Rodriguez is starting out this third round pretty good. Nice body shots land for Roach there in that little exchange. Nice counter right hand by Rodriguez, but Roach is starting to step up the pressure a little bit. So he's getting caught as he's stepping in. And he's coming in, he's being more aggressive on the inside. They both land uppercuts. Yeah. Roach is being more aggressive, but he's getting caught a little bit more though. EK says EK is right. That's a good comment. EK says 135 where the names are, but the names don't fight the names. Absolutely right. These guys don't get busy at 135. They just talk about each other all day. You know? Roach is trying to set up a big overhand right, I see. That's the second or third time I see him swing, like really put that power down in the shot. He just haven't really connected with a big shot yet. Just like raising shots. He hasn't really like landed flush yet with that big right hand. Yeah, Eddie, I was just talking about Thurman and him possibly fighting Lara. Lara said he'll do it at a catch weight, not exactly at 154. But Thurman, regardless, says he's coming back in October. Hopefully it's not against Bud. or Spence. Hopefully it's Bud and Spence that's fighting each other. But I do want to see Thurman back. After he came back and beat Barrios, I was just hoping that he stayed fit. And I mean, that's what he said he was going to do. Stay fit and stay active. All right, we're closing out. And it's been a pretty good round for Rodriguez. Been a pretty good one for him. I like him that round. I got a 2-1. So I read a report. Might as well talk about boxing news. Unless something happens in this fight, I'll let you guys know. So I read a report that Deontay Wilder, his manager, Shelly Finkel, said that they're not interested in Derek Chisora. All right. We know Derek Chisora just beat Kubrat Pulev in their rematch last weekend. And Derek Chisora called out Wilder. And Finkel says he's not interested in having a fight with Derek Chisora. And Wilder may possibly, want to fight the winner of Joshua and Usyk in their rematch. And I don't know if that's a real thing, because a lot of these fighters are just using each other's names, to promote, whatever, just to promote themselves. That's what they do. They all do it. I mean, look at this fight tonight. Roach is coming out fast here. He's going to the body. He's really putting the pressure on Rodriguez here. Look at this fight here. Ryan Garcia against Javier Fortuna. Roach goes down. Roach goes down, and I didn't see what punch lands, but I think it was from a low blow. I'm not sure. I think it was from a low blow, y'all. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me put the volume up real quick. Because I didn't see a clean punch land. All right, it was a low blow. So the ref is giving him time. Show the replay. All right, hold on. Oh, it was a bad low blow too. Okay. All right. So the fight continues. All right, fight's back going. Yeah, they had an exchange and it looked accidental. It didn't look like, but Roach went down and he got some time. All right, we're almost halfway through the fourth. I think Roach is having a better round so far. And he's really putting the pressure on Rodriguez and he's attacking the body. He's getting the better of the exchanges so far. The thing with Rodriguez is he tries to counter and he throws a combination when Roach is already on his way out. So whenever they go in, whenever Roach steps in and throws his right hand or whatever combination he throws, Rodriguez always responds when Roach is already on his way out. He's just too late to the party, and that's why Roach is currently connecting better. Nice jab by Roach. Nice, another jab. He's really, really putting the pressure on him. 50 seconds left in the fourth. Nice lead left hook lands for Roach. And he's trapping Rodriguez. And Rodriguez looks uncomfortable in there right now. Roach is having his best round so far with this pressure, even with the low blow. But yeah, like I was saying before, Ryan Garcia leading up to this fight, they do it, and this is not all Ryan Garcia. I know you do an interview, they ask you questions, you answer them. All right. Ryan Garcia, all we hearing is about Tank. We hear about Haney. We hear about Canelo, the beef with Canelo. We hear about a lot of stuff about other fighters, and I get it. There's no real tension between him and Javier Fortuna. Fortuna is not a star. Um, but yeah, that's how these fighters do, and that's how it's always been with Ryan. Let's talk about Tank. Let's throw other names out there. Manny Pacquiao's name out there. Tank's name's always out there. Canelo's name is out there. There's really no other way to promote this fight. You know, I don't think Rockman Jr. is gonna win against Jake Paul. I know he's big, all right, but I don't see him. I've seen him fight, and then I think Jake Paul, even though he's smaller, he's even though Rockman, I know his father, who his father is. I'm very familiar with his father. I actually met his dad before. Um, Probably the biggest hands I've ever shaken in my life. I met him years ago. Rockman Jr. don't really got it, man. He's big. These guys are familiar with sparring each other. There's a reason why he's Jake Paul's next opponent. And I know that Tommy Fury pulled out of the fight, but Jake Paul is familiar with him. I know Rockman Jr. is he's a professional boxer, but there's a reason why he's Jake Paul's opponent. Okay, these guys are familiar with each other. They sparred, and I believe that Jake Paul is going to win this fight, even though he's smaller. I believe that Jake Paul is going to win this fight. You know, I know everybody wants Jake to lose. I get it, but it's not going to be this fight. Not in my opinion. I have Jake winning this one. You know, we're in the fifth round here, and Roach is just really starting to close a gap on Rodriguez, and he's making Rodriguez very comfortable, and he's beating him on the inside now. He's really putting pressure on him now. We're 1 minute into the fifth, and this is all Roach right now. All right. I don't have a problem with Jake Paul, bro. I just don't. I really don't. I really don't. You know why I don't have a problem with Jake Paul? Because there's too many real boxers that are not fighting each other. So all this talk about you're not a real boxer or you're not a real pro, you're not real this, that. In 5 professional fights, he is fighting decent fighters. He's fighting guys that's on the same level as any other pro boxer would. I don't have a problem with that guy. I don't have a problem with him. At first I thought it was, Rose caught him with a short right hand counter, and he has Rodriguez on noodle legs, and he's trying to put him down. He caught him with a big shot. Rodriguez is trying to recover here. He's trying to show that he's not hurt, but we know you hurt, bro. Roach is trying to get a stoppage here. I might have talked too spoon. Rodriguez is trying to survive. He's holding on. He's trying to tie him up, but Roach is not letting him go. 55 seconds left. There's a lot of time left. Roach, you got to really push the fight, press the fight. He's trying to get that another shot in there. Goes for a big right hand, misses. Rodriguez seemed to be recovered from that big shot he caught. Roach lands a jab. 30 seconds left in the round. Still in time, but it seemed like Rodriguez has recovered. I don't know if we're going to get the stoppage here. Roach is really pressing on him, though. All right, yeah, this is going to go to the next round. I like Roach like this, though. I like him fighting like this. I like the pressure he's putting on here. We need to see him fighting like this more. You know? No, this is not a new set. I'm at my dad's. I'm at my dad's house. I'm not home. Speaking on Wilder, though, I wanted to talk a little bit more about that. Again, Wilder, I don't know, it's always obviously it's up to him. If he wants to fight, I would love for him to come back and fight. If not the winner of that fight, you know, I want the winner to fight Tyson Fury. But if Tyson Fury is gonna really be retired, if he's really gonna be retired, if he's done, I wouldn't be mad at Wilder fighting the winner. You know, especially if it's out Anthony Joshua. I mean, that's who I really want to see Wilder fight. I want to see Wilder fight Anthony Joshua. And if Joshua loses, man, if Joshua loses and Usyk goes on to fight Fury, I still want Joshua and Wilder to fight. Even if Joshua were to get knocked out, I don't care. Fury, I mean, if Joshua loses, there'll be no excuse to not have the fight. Joshua coming off of 2 losses, Wilder coming off of 2 losses. This, this you might as well fight each other. I mean, so many of us wanted that fight anyway. I again, and you say Wilder should keep fighting. If he really wants to fight, he should keep fighting. I want him to keep fighting. But if he wants to, if his heart is still in the game, I don't know if it is or not. But if he wants, I think his name, he still can make a lot of money. Maybe he's done. Maybe he doesn't care anymore. If he doesn't care anymore, then don't fight, retire. But if he's still interested and he's still motivated and he wants another shot at becoming champion, and I still believe he's one of the best in the heavyweight division, even with the 2 losses to Fury. I would love to see him fight AJ. At least give me that. Because that fight should have been made. It should have been made. But it still could be made. No, I don't want to see Wilder and Fury 4. I didn't say that. I don't believe I said that. I want to see Wilder either fight the winner of Joshua and Usyk or fight Anthony Joshua, period. I want that fight more than anything. Joshua and Wilder, I want. I do not want to see another Fury and Wilder fight at all. But if his manager is saying that they're looking to fight the winner of Joshua and Usyk, I'm cool with that. But I'm also I'm also fine with him fighting Joshua if Joshua were to lose the fight. That's what I'm saying. I'm good with him fighting Derek Chisora as a warm up. Because he hasn't been active since the loss to Fury. Roach is still pressuring him and still trying. He hasn't really hurt him this round, but he's still pressuring Rodriguez here. We're closing out the 6th round. I'm just curious to see if Roach can set him up and hurt him again. He's trying to, though. He's trying to. Yeah, Robert. Yeah, Eddie Morales says, "Isn't Wilder going to fight Robert Helenius?" Well, that's what I've been hearing. That is going to be his return opponent, and I'm not surprised by that. That's one of the names that came up when I started making videos after Wilder lost to Fury. With Helenius beating Adam Kanowski twice. Wilder's familiar with Helenius. Helenius is a solid comeback fight. Just like I think Derek Chisora, same level. Chisora, Helenius, those are good wins. I mean, good fights to come back on. If you're gonna have a tune-up before, very familiar with Helenius, and of course, Wilder is gonna extend, the offer to Helenius because he's cool with Helenius. So he's gonna want to make money with someone that's cool with him and someone that he's familiar with. Helenius was in camp with Wilder, preparing for Tyson Fury 3. All right, so not surprised by that. I think that's probably the most believable. I doubt that Wilder will actually come back to fight a Joshua and Usyk because that would be too long of a gap without fighting. So I'm expecting Helenius, but I'm talking about the big fight. If Wilder's going to get a big fight, I hope number one is Joshua. You know, if not Joshua, I hope it's Usyk if Usyk is to beat Joshua. Oh, of course, I would love to see Fury and Joshua. I would love to see that too. Absolutely. You know, if Joshua beats Usyk and he's back to holding 3 titles, I want to see Joshua and Tyson Fury. That would be the biggest British fight of all time, and it'll be an undisputed fight. And I've said this before, and I've been consistent with this. Tyson Fury should fight the winner of Joshua and Usyk. He should fight the winner no matter what. All this retirement exhibition talk is not cool with me. Oh, nice left hook to the body, lands by Roach. And then Roach lands a left up top. Rodriguez got caught, but he's still there. He's still there. Looked like he got hurt a little bit, but from the body shot. I thought he was about to go down again. Or he didn't go down before, but at least be hurt. Yeah, so yes, I'm cool with Joshua and Fury. I want that. If Joshua loses to Usyk, I want Joshua and Wilder. Let me put it this way. I'm always going to want Joshua versus Fury, and I'm always going to want Joshua versus Wilder, whatever scenario it's in, titles, no titles, I'm always going to want those 2 fights because I don't believe everything needs to be about the belts in the heavyweight division. The belt is definitely a priority, but I feel like those 3 specifically, I would love for the 3 of them to fight each other. We already got Fury, Klitschko, Fury, Wilder. We got Joshua, Klitschko, and Joshua like everybody else that were relevant in the heavyweight division, like Usyk, like Povetkin. We got that. And we got Wilder against Fury, of course. You know, outside of that, there's still work that needs to be done. If Fury is the best, if he's going to go down as the best in this generation, he might be in the lead, but it's still not proven. I don't think this story is already done and told. Like, I think there's still work that needs to be done. There's still fights that haven't happened that we can still get that I still want. And that mainly involves Joshua and Fury and Joshua and Deontay Wilder. Joshua Usyk was good. Joshua Klitschko was good. Joshua Povetkin was good. Joshua and Dillian White was good. All of those fights are good. But those big 3, I think they all should have faced each other by the time they retired at least once. You know? And that's not no fanboy talk. I don't care who wins and loses. We talk about the 90s. A lot of us talk about how much we love the 90s in the heavyweight division. You know, not everybody fought each other. There was still some fights that we got late. There were some fights that we didn't get. But we love the fact that the majority of those guys, they fought each other. A lot of those guys actually did fight each other. You know, even if they happened too late, we still remember them. We still talk about it. Roach landed another right hand, and it looked like it stunned Rodriguez a little bit in this 8th round. Roach has been all over him. I've only given Rodriguez 1 round so far in this fight, which was the 3rd. You know, I think Roach is still trying, and I think Roach is still trying to stop him. You know, but Rodriguez has been taking a lot of the punches well. What I like to see Big Baby Anderson versus Wilder. Well, if the fight was announced tomorrow, I would be happy, but I'm not asking for that fight because Big Baby is the next gen of guys, and there's a lot of fighters that he could fight in his career. You know, he's very young. He's only like 23 years old. Is it a good matchup? Yes. Is it something that I want to see? No, I personally believe that Big Baby is not going to get his shot at Wilder because they're like 14, 15 years apart. And there's nothing wrong with that, but Big Baby is still developing, whereas Wilder is towards the end of his career, you know? And he has bigger fights out there. So that's not a realistic fight. Would I be happy if they? I'd be like, yeah, Wilder's gonna fight a young, fresh fighter. I would feel the same way about that fight as I would feel about Boots versus Spence. Like if we found out that Boots was fighting Spence tomorrow, obviously I want to see the Bud fight more. But am I gonna be mad at Ennis fighting Spence this year? No, it's still a good fight. What happened to Chris Bird? I don't know what happened to Chris Bird. I know he had a YouTube channel for a good amount of time. Um, I know he was on social media a bit, but I don't know. I haven't checked on anything. He used to do like breakdown videos. When I started my channel, he was making videos. Um, that was a long time ago. I don't know if I don't think he still does anything. The last time I saw him, he had lost a bunch of weight. Okay, like he was really slim, and I haven't seen him since. I don't know. I was talking about Anderson, not Big Baby Miller. I don't want to see anything from Big Baby Miller. I don't take Big Baby Miller seriously. I'm not hating on him. Like I like him because he's from New York, and I like him. I like him, but I don't know what he is. I don't even know if he's really good at all because I don't know how long he's been juicing. Um, and I can't take a guy that's 350 pounds in a boxing match seriously. Like I don't even know if he's. I don't know, man. I don't really know what to say about him at this point. I don't really know what to say. I hope, I wish him the best. That's all I can really say. I wish him the best, but getting tested positive back to back, he ruined the Joshua fight. Um, and he ruined the fight after. Like, I hope he just gets it together, man. That's all. I'm not gonna bash him though, but it is what it is. Like I don't even know. I don't know what he really got. I hope he needs to get in shape though, like for real, like really get in shape and show us like he can get fit and stay clean. Just be clean and get fit for real. He should be like 280. He shouldn't be up in 340 or whatever he weighed in his last fight. So no, I do not want to see his name mentioned with any top elite heavyweight right now. Just get fit, stay clean. He should be one of those guys that, you know, at this point, take it all serious and we'll take you serious if we can see you lose serious weight and get fit naturally. Invest your life into this, like your whole life. This is big. Like you could have made millions in a fight that you lost or you got pulled out of. So I can't take him serious if he's not going to take it serious. I'm not going to. I like him. I'm not going to want him to do something more than he wants it. That's not how. That's not how I operate. I can't want it more than you. Yeah, the trash talk was funny from him, but we need to get the fights, bro. So Lamont Roach is still putting the pressure, but Rodriguez is holding his own here. We haven't seen him hurt in a while. Lamont's still putting the pressure down, but he can't just get him rocked. He's going for it though. We might see it, but we're in the ninth round with a minute left. Lamont Roach is still, keeping that pressure on Rodriguez. Rodriguez is landing some good counters though. Like I said, he's holding his own, but we're not really getting much. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Golden Boy undercards. It's just I don't like their lineup. I don't really care much about who they have under their, company. I mean, the first fight was pretty good though. I'm not gonna complain. Fight that was a good fight. This is this is a this is not a competitive fight. Like the March Roach is clearly winning this fight. He's dominating the fight, but he can't seem to stop Rodriguez. You know what I'm saying? And Alexis Rocha is fighting next. I'm not familiar with his opponent. Let's see. Who is he fighting next? Yeah, I'm not familiar with his opponent. I know his opponent is 19-4-2 with 9 KOs. So I'm not really expecting much. He's not highly ranked. Um, I know Elvis Rodriguez fought him, and Elvis went the distance with him and beat him. Michael McKinson also beat him. He has 4 losses, but he doesn't have any KOs. All right, but really not much to say there. What does boxing look like without Bob? We just gotta wait and see. I've thought about that at times and wonder what is gonna happen when is Bob's time. He's up there. I think he's like 92 or 93 years old. It depends what direction top ranking ESPN is going to go with boxing. I don't know who's going to take over. I don't know who's going to run the company. But it really depends on how that goes. I mean, for the most part, Top Rank is normally putting on good fights. I don't feel like everybody on Top Rank is. I definitely like Top Rank a lot more than Golden Boy. You know, um, I just gotta wait and see. I can't predict that. I don't know what's gonna happen with the company. There's no way I can call that. Oh yeah, I would love to see Benavidez fight Canelo. I wish he held the title because Canelo would have had no choice but to fight him. You know. Oh boy. Oh man, this is a 12 rounder, man, and the next fight is a 12 rounder too. But I'm expecting I think we have a better chance of getting a stoppage in the next fight more than this fight. And I'm judging on the records and stuff, obviously. I never seen Rodriguez fight before tonight, but I know Lamont Roach ain't the biggest puncher in the world. Quiet night though. Quiet night. Very chill night of boxing. Not a lot of viewers tonight. I think everybody knows the outcome of this fight. I don't think many people really care for this fight specifically with Ryan. I don't think I think people were a little bit more excited about the Luke Campbell fight because before that, there was really no opponents on that top level that Ryan has fought. Fortuna's on that level, but he's not the guy that, it's not Lomachenko, it's not Haney, it's not like Tiafimo or Tank. It's not like that level. Yeah, the fans are booing. Who do I think Ryan will go up against? It's hard to tell because it looks like he's going to campaign at 140. So I really don't know. I don't know if he's going to stick to fighting guys at 135. Like, I don't know if he's ever, I don't even know if he can actually make 135, to be honest. But I don't expect it to be Haney or Tank or any of those guys. I don't think it's going to be no top tier, top 4 or 5 guy at 135. I don't expect that. And I don't think it's going to be any top tier guy at 140. He's not even talking about the guys at 140 right now. Like, if he stays at 140, and I believe he will, if he's going to go 2 fights in a row fighting at 140, I don't believe that he's going to fight a top tier 140 guy neither. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to fight like what's his name? Uh, what's the name? Like a Antoine or uh Prograis or Antoine Russell. I don't see that. Or I don't see a Prograis. I don't see a Josh Taylor. I don't see Jose Cepeda. I wouldn't even see that. You know what I'm saying? I think with Oscar, I think they're gonna develop him slowly and keep letting him like improve on his skills. I don't think they're gonna put him in there with a real dog yet. You know, so again, it's not a bad fight, but there's a clear size advantage for Ryan here, and you know, Javier Fortuna has been hurt a lot in his career. He's been stunned a lot. He's been down a lot. The fans are booing a lot, and you know, it sucks. It's just Ryan. I'm sorry, Roach. Roach is doing his thing. He just can't really hurt Rodriguez like that. He hurt him once, and that was pretty much it. We never got anything else. Rodriguez is hurt and fighting back, but he can't hurt Roach at all. You know, people ask me about like same thing with Edgar Belanga, you know, who's going to be suspended for 6 months. But listen, we all know now that he's not as good as he was advertised. People enjoy asking me about him after every fight. And I say the same thing every time. I'm like, listen, he's not that good. All right. Once they stepped it up a little bit for him, he stopped getting the next knockouts. You know, he's boxing more now, but he clearly needs some time to develop. He's gonna need some time. And I always bring up Deontay Wilder. You know, people say, you know, listen, Wilder fought 20 something or 30 something bums straight or whatever. If that's what it needed to take to get this guy to fight against top tier fighters and look good against them, you know, that's what needed it. That's what needed to happen. Berlanga is not going to fight top tier. It was great bringing up names like Canelo and Benavidez and stuff like that on his run, on his knockout run. But once it was exposed that he's not that good of a boxer, um, they have to slow it down and they have to develop him. And I expect that. So I don't get mad at it. You know, people want to see him get knocked out quick. So they throw the top dogs out there. And it's like, yo, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen, man. Cap, they're not going to let Ryan fight Montana Love, man. No way. No way. No way. Even if you think Ryan would win, way too dangerous for and I'm talking about a pattern of who he's facing. You know, there's sort of dangerous and there's dangerous. Montana Love has looked good. You know, I know he got dropped in his last fight, but he's looked good. You know, you're not gonna. That's just too risky. You know, I don't think Montana Love is one of the guys they're gonna put Ryan against. Sweet Science says he didn't learn anything by knocking people out in round one. No, but he's learning now. But it's gonna take time with him. It's gonna take time, and I think there's gonna be a point where they're gonna eventually have to put him in there with somebody real, and they're gonna have to take a chance. All right, but I'm not expecting it to happen within the next few fights. I'm just not expecting it to happen. I think he's gonna have some close calls. I won't be surprised if he gets dropped again, maybe a couple times. But you know what? He already has a name. People know who he is, especially here in New York. He has that whole celebrity thing, and it's great marketing. But is he really got that good? Is he really top tier or close to it? No, he's not. He's not. Yeah, I see a JoJo Diaz happening, but are they gonna fight JoJo Diaz at 135 or they're gonna have it at 140 again? You know? JoJo's small at 135. JoJo was just at 126 not too long ago, a few years back. He was only at 130 for a short period of time. JoJo Diaz would be a hard fight for Ryan. I think it'll be more. JoJo Diaz would be harder for Ryan than Luke and Fortuna, in my opinion. I think the problem with JoJo is he's small. He can't really like he don't really have the power, but I like his boxing. I like his boxing better than or what Luke has to offer at that point, and what Roach is really trying to stop him in his final seconds in the fight, but it's not enough. I like what Joe got to do, like has to offer as a boxer. Even with the losses he's had, uh JoJo lost to Devin Haney, but I think JoJo probably won more rounds against Haney than Cambosos did, and then and what for Linares did. I think I might have given JoJo 4 rounds. All right, in that fight with Haney, I think I gave him around maybe 4 rounds. Uh, yeah, I like JoJo. I like even JoJo against Russell, even though when he lost to Russell Jr. I like JoJo in that fight too. He looked good. I didn't think Russell Jr. won, but I think JoJo did good. All right. Elvis Rodriguez against Ryan. I actually like Elvis. You know what? I don't know. I like Ryan, man. I think I like Ryan. I think I like Ryan in that fight. But I think Elvis is with the look him up. I think Elvis left. Did Elvis leave Top Rank? Yeah, I think after Elvis lost, I think Elvis is with the PBC. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he went to the PBC after that fight. I think Top Rank dumped him. I think Xander Sayas is really good though. I think Xander Sayas is probably the best out of that little trio of the young undefeated fighters. Xander is all the way up at okay, yeah, he's all the way up at 154 though. Yeah, yeah, Eddie, yep. Top Rank did kick them. But he won his following fight. I remember watching it. But I don't think he looked that good winning though. He won though. He got a stoppage win. That's all you can really do. All right, so Lamont Roach fight is done. Give me a minute. Just gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm actually hungry. Haney jab ain't better than arrows. Uh, it's debatable. They both got really good jabs. They got different jabs too. Now I'm thinking about it. Haney like uses an up jab more. Like Haney draws his jab from the hip more. It's just different. I wouldn't even compare them two, to be honest. All of these guys that got good jabs got different types of jabs. They're both good, but I'm thinking in my head like I don't think they are like comparable. I don't know if Haney got the number one jab, but he has a top tier jab. Oh, Ryan's left hook is definitely one of the best hooks in boxing. I'm not gonna lie. His left hook is lethal, bro. I mean, the problem with it though is that he overuses it sometimes. Like he just wants to be in positions to throw it, and listen, it works. But I think to the more advanced guys, I think it's just gonna be more difficult to deal with when he fights them. I don't think he's that versatile. Yeah, I'm still on vacation, but I'm at my dad's right now. I'm not at home in Harlem. Best jabs in boxing. Plant has a good jab, but I don't know if I would put him as high as number two. I'm not. Yeah, I wouldn't. I think Triple G is definitely one of the best jabs for sure. Spence has one of the best jabs. Haney does have one of the better jabs. I'm trying to think off top who has some of the best jabs. Thinking like division. Uh, hmm. Stanionis. Stanionis is somebody you can't sleep for, bro. He got one of the best jabs I've seen in this year. Oh my god, that guy's jab is on point. Stanionis got a good ass jab. Uh, who else got a really good jab? Hmm. I'm trying to think who has like a killer jab. I don't know. So many people, man. So Alexis Rocha is about to come to the ring. So in other news, before we start watching this fight, and we still got a little bit more time until the main event. Jamel Charlo and Tim Tszyu is official, but it's not until January, and they are fighting in Vegas. I didn't know if they were gonna do like the whole thing with Australia, because Australia they could get the big crowds and everything. But Team Charlo and secured a fight with Tim Tszyu. He's gonna be defending his new undisputed crown against Tim Tszyu, who's one of his mandatories. We know Fundora is also like a mandatory for one of those titles too. He's gonna be defending his undisputed titles against Tim Tszyu in January, so it'll be for a while. But yeah, man, good fight. It's a good defense. I personally don't believe Tim Tszyu is better than Brian Castano. You know, I think Tim Tszyu is strong. He's very powerful. He puts on a lot of pressure. But I think Jamel Charlo is a better boxer and he's a more lethal puncher, in my opinion. And I think Charlo is going to stop him. You know, Charlo's going to stop him, in my opinion. I can't. Eventually I'll do a breakdown. Fight is not for a long time, but Jamel Charlo is going to stop him, in my opinion. Tim Tszyu is good, but there's nothing that I've seen in any of his fights that makes me think that he could beat Jamel Charlo. Charlo at this point has a very good resume, and I just don't see it. I think Fundora would be a tougher challenge for Charlo, but I think Fundora is a little too easy to hit for Charlo, which would be dangerous for him too. Even though I know he's done good, I think Charlo's the best at 154, and I think it's pretty clear right now. You know, I think it's clear. I think Lara would be the most difficult fight for Charlo if Lara had still fought at 154. You know, yeah, I think Charlo. I think this is it's a good fight. Don't get me wrong. It's a good fight. Tim is undefeated. He's had a good run, but I think this is a slight step down from what Charlo has given us up to this point. You know, is my opinion. All right. Please, if you haven't already, please smash that like button and share the video if you haven't. If you could. Um, but yeah, I mean, Charles been in there. Like, look at his resume. I mean, knocking out Erickson Lubin in one round. You know, got having wins over Vanas Monterosian when he was still a top tier 154 fighter, beating Gabe Rosado, beating Austin Trout, knocking out Tony Harrison. Beating Jason Rosario. Knocking him out. Knocking out Brian Castano. It's just his resume is stacked, and he seems to still be improving. I mean, that Castano rematch was the best, as good as and I've said this, that Charlo is the most improved boxer in boxing. I never thought he would be a pound for pound level fighter. And that's a guy that, as a friend, I consider a friend of mine. I never thought he would be a pound. I'm not even saying that to gas him. I never thought he would be a pound for pound level fighter. You know, and I think now I have him like at my number 5 spot. You know what I'm saying? Like he is very improved dramatically. And that Castano rematch, he improved dramatically from the first fight. I mean, man, I mean, a way to come back and learn from your experience, and especially in a fight that most people feel that you lost. Now, when he lost to Tony Harrison and he fought Tony Harrison in a rematch, I still didn't see the improvements there. It seemed like he was still just being overly aggressive and fighting a little too wild. And I think it's because Tony Harrison really got to his head. So even though he scored a knockout in the second fight, I didn't leave that fight thinking like, yo, Charlo did way better. But when he fought Castano in the rematch, I saw major improvements. Like everything that I said that he needed to do in my breakdown for that fight, he was doing. You know what I'm saying? And I think his mind was clear. I think he's just maturing as a fighter. Um, he's the most improved fighter in boxing, all of boxing, in my opinion. You know, he may not be the best, but improvement, I love it. And I think Tim Tszyu I don't think Tim Tszyu brings anything new to Charlo. I think Fundora does because of his size and because of his inside game, right? His inside game is underrated for a guy that tall and long. We saw that in the Lubin fight. I thought Lubin was going to be a guy who I felt is a pretty good inside fighter. I felt like Lubin was going to be on the inside doing that, but Fundora did a great job on the inside, man. And I think Charlo completely different. Like Charlo moves well and he's very quick and he's very athletic overall. Fundora is going to have a rough time with him, man. And he has very poor defense, you know? Anline Offline says Jamel Charlo is like an angry Super Saiyan. What's up, Pauline? What's up, Clarence? All right, so Alexis Rocha is going to start. His fight is up, and then we have Ryan Garcia after this fight. All right, let's go. I'm not familiar with Alexis Rocha's opponent here. All right. But I know he's coming off it's one of his best wins. Also, Ramon is a replacement fighter, but I didn't hear for who. I didn't get to hear who they were saying. Hunter, no, I don't do UFC breakdowns anymore. And it's not because of I don't like the UFC. It's just that I don't have the time to cover both sports anymore. I used to early on this channel. I used to do breakdowns for both the UFC and boxing, mainly boxing, but I would do UFC videos as well from time to time. But I can't because I just don't have the time to cover both sports. It takes me a lot of time to do my videos because I do a lot of film study and I don't have the time to do both. It's just too much. So I'm hoping Alexis Rocha gets a stoppage here. I hope he can He's a pretty good pressure fighter. He's a southpaw, good hand speed, good power, respectable power. Hopefully, we can get a stoppage here so we can get this main event going. Ready to see this fight with Ryan Fortuna. What do we see an upset though? What do we see an upset? What if Ryan does get knocked out? Let's say something happening, something wild like happens tonight. I mean, it won't be the craziest thing I've seen. I mean, I have Ryan winning. But a knockout of Ryan wouldn't be the most shocking thing I've seen. I think Ryan has as much power and speed as he has. I do think he has a lot of flaws, and I still question his true dedication with the sport. With taking that break, that mental health break last year. I still have a lot of questions. Like I'm still not sold on him inside or outside of the ring. So it's a filling out round, not much action. I have Rocha up this round, 28 seconds left on the clock. And Rocha's winning the war of jabs here, but nothing crazy, nobody's landing anything big. I like the left hook to the body there by Rocha. 10 seconds left on the clock for the first round. Like the left hand, Roach starting to put it on Verone a little bit, and we're closing out the first round here. All right. I love a good upset here and there. I just hate when the upset happens on a fight that I love. But you gotta have a good upset in boxing here and there. Like the first fight we got up tonight was a 16-1. The 16 to 1 underdog won the first fight. You know? Dave says he still closes his eyes when he throws punches. Yeah, he does a little thing. I know I was talking about foot positioning too on Ryan, like as he steps on the inside, as he fighting southpaws. He likes to step in his lead hook and step his lead foot, not lead hook, lead foot on the inside often. You know, it's like I don't know if we're gonna see that here, but honestly, I don't think this is gonna be a technical fight. I have Jameson tonight. I'm on Jameson tonight. Pito CT Way says Ryan's gonna shine tonight and set up a mega fight with Tank. You heard it here first. Oh, I would hope so, man. I would love to see the fight. I still don't believe that's the most competitive fight for Tank. I still believe that Haney and Lomachenko would be a more difficult fight than Ryan, but at least you got that power factor in there with Ryan, and they can sell the shit out of that fight. Roach is doing some good boxing here. Roach is good. He's no joke. I mean, I don't know. I know a lot of people probably wrote him off. I know I didn't do a breakdown for him and Blair Cobbs, but I said that was a mismatch in my opinion. I thought Blair Cobbs going up into a top contender was pretty dangerous. I know Blair Cobbs was doing a lot of talking about Arrow and some of the other. Roach is looking like he's trying to get a stoppage here. He's really putting a Ramon is getting caught with some big left hands, and Roach is trapping. He's beginning to trap Ramon in the corners here, and he's landing some big, heavy shots while he's doing it. He's landing another left. He's gonna get caught soon. I give it another round or two. I think Ramon is gonna at least drop him, if not stop him. Yeah, yeah. People seem to write Rocha off after losing to Rashidi Ellis. But that was still, I mean, Rashidi won clear, but he had to fight a very cautious fight. It wasn't an entertaining fight because he had to really like hit and move. Couldn't take many chances in that fight. Roach is dangerous. I would like to see Rocha against like a Virgil Ortiz or a Butayev or Stanionis or even like a Connor Ben. Oh, speaking of Connor Ben, I want to talk about him too. Round two's almost done here. 10 seconds left on the clock. And another clear round for Rocha here as he continues to put pressure on Barone. I don't like the Conor Ben fight with Eubank Jr. I understand that this is a battle between the two sons of, two ATG British fighters. You know what I'm saying? I understand, but I don't like the fight, because Eubank is a fighter that I'm still waiting for him to show me something. Like, I would have loved to see Eubank against Andrade or Charlo. I never got any of that. And Ben, who is younger in his career or just younger, he's still he's a contender for sure, but he's still unproven at 147. And for them to fight at a catch weight at 156, I mean, is this screams exhibition to me. I'm just not a fan of this fight. I mean, I don't know, man. I just think Eubank just could have done so much more with his career. And he has fought a really safe career, especially after losing to Saunders. Like, I think he lost to Saunders and it was close, very close. Think they could have had a rematch. Think they still could have a rematch at some point. Didn't work out too well at 168. When he lost to Groves. But he came back down to 160, and I still think he has a lot to offer. I would love to see him fight Triple G, Charlo, Andre. All of those good fights. I just didn't get none of them, man. I'm just not, I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of him fighting in welterweight. I'm not a fan of guys going up two divisions, period, to fight anybody. I'm not a fan of guys going up. I don't even care if they're pound for pound. I'm not a fan of anybody going up two weight divisions today. I didn't like it when Mikey did it with Errol. I didn't like it when Brooke did it with Triple G. Just not a fan of it, man. Roach is continuing the pressure. We're halfway through the third, and he's just really putting punishment on Varone. Varone's been doing a decent job just trying to stay on the outside and stay off the ropes and out of the corner, but I don't know how long he's going to be able to take these shots. I mean, Roach is really starting to punish him to the body now. Debbie says, I'm so nervous for Ryan. You have to be careful saying you will knock someone out. Dolly taught us that. Foley is a strong fighter. Rocha has called out Conor Ben. Okay. Eubank's career seems to have fizzled despite Roy Jones' interlude. And I think him being with Roy Jones, Roy Jones has shown him how to use some of that athleticism that he has. What my problem is that I think in certain points in his fight, like his fight with Liam Williams, I think there's a time and a point in the fight where he needs to go back to his fundamentals. I said that. I don't know if I was doing live commentary or maybe I did a post-fight review. But I remember watching the fight. I probably was doing live commentary. I remember watching the fight and I said there was a point where Eubank was dominant early and there was a point where he started looking sloppy. And I felt like he needed to go back to just using fundamentals to win and look impressive. and um yeah, I think there was a point where he needed to go back to that. And that's my only like complaint with him, because he started giving rounds away in that fight, you know. I think Crawford's gonna beat Spence. I think Crawford wins. But it's 50-50, you know. I don't think anybody else beats Crawford except Spence. And I don't think anyone beats Spence except Crawford. But I'm leaning towards Crawford. No, it hasn't started yet. We're still waiting. We're one fight ahead of and I apologize. This is not a 12 rounder. This is a 10 rounder. And we're in the fourth right now. Rocha has been pretty dominant. And I think at some point he's gonna start Ravone with the pressure he's bringing. Yeah, Khan. Nah, Khan didn't go up two. Khan was fighting. Khan was actively fighting at 147. He beat Louis Collazo at 147. He beat Devin Alexander at 147. I think he even beat Chris Algeria at 147. All right, so he had a few fights before. He didn't go straight to Canelo. Roach is really putting it on. Roach is trying to get him out of here. Roach is trying to get him out of here. 2 minutes left in the fourth. Nah. Errol Spence is not gonna fight Jerron Ennis as his mandatory. I'm not sure if that it's been actually mandated. I know Stanionis has been mandated. I think Ennis might be the number one for one of those sanctioned bodies. Might be wrong, but I know Stanionis right now is his actual mandatory for one of those sanctioned bodies. Rocha got him down. Roach is about to get him down. Roach is about to get him down right now. Rocha, Verone started to drop from a body shot, but he seemed like Rocha backed up off him a little bit. Oh, big uppercut by Rocha, and Verone took it. I would love to see Rocha against Virgil Ortiz. That would be a good ass fight. That fight would be a good fight. That's a good fight right there. And they're both Golden Boy too. That's a good fight. I want to see Virgil is going to be fighting McKinson on August. I think Errol win or lose to Bud, and depending on how competitive the fight is, because I do believe that there's a chance that could be a rematch. But regardless, I think Errol moves to 154. I think he moves to 154 after the Bud fight. I don't think he's sticking around at 147. Not saying he wouldn't fight Boots, but I don't think that fight happens at 147. Right now, I have Crawford beating Boots. I think if Boots continue his run, I think he'll be better than all of them within the next year or two. If he continues looking as good as he looks, obviously. I think of all the top young contenders like Boots, like Virgil, like Stanionis, like Connor Ben, I think Boots is my personal. I think he has the highest ceiling based on the eye test. All right, but that can change with one fight because all of these guys still got ways to go. Him, Virgil, Sanyonis, all of these guys got ways to go. You know, one fight can change that. They're showing Ryan Garcia, Javier Fortuna, and their dressing rooms get ready to come out soon. I think Canelo's gonna be Triple G. Boots is not going to stick around at 147 for too long neither. He's huge. He's bigger than Spence. He's bigger than all of these guys. Roach has dominated Verone, has him trapped. Let's get a stoppage. Let's go. Yeah, Roach is tearing him up, but Verone moves really, really well. Oh, big left hand to the body. Verone just refuses to go down. Yeah, he's going. Come on, come on, come on, come on. He almost went down again, but he's holding his ground. He's trying to protect his body. He's doing a lot of moving. I mean, this guy got heart, man, because he's getting clobbered right now. And he just refuses to go down. I tell you, Verone, a lot of these guys would have went down already. At least to get a break. He's refusing to go down no matter what. And Alexis he's actually getting, Rocha is getting tired a little bit there. He's slowing down with his punches. Another left hand. Verona's got his legs back. Oh, he can't get him down, man. He just can't get this guy down. This guy got a good, let me tell you, man, this guy got some good fitness in him because he's been moving nonstop and he refuses to go down. This is actually kind of entertaining because Rocha has to keep trying to cut him off. And listen, Marone ain't like, he's not like, you know, as far as like fighting, he's not really being competitive, but he's very, very durable and he moves well. And he has pretty good cardio to keep moving at that level while keep getting hit to the body like that from a puncher. Yeah, Boots, for years, Kell Brook and Errol has probably been like two of the biggest welterweights. And Boots is way bigger than them too. That guy is, you know, easily a 154 fighter that can make 147. Who do I think Spence will fight at 154 first? That's a good question. Let's pull up 154 real quick. See. Like realistically, I can see Errol fighting like I can see him fighting like a Jack Colkay. Realistically, like first fight up. Terrell Gauthier is a real, he's been a PBC fighter. He's been one of those tests for everybody. Tim Tszyu fought him. He was able to drop Tim Tszyu. He fought Lara. I could see that fight being a real fight at 154. Louis Arias, I could see that fight happen at 154. If he doesn't go straight like to a top guy, which I'm not expecting it to happen, even maybe a Tony Harrison, I could see that fight happening. Those are realistic fights, in my opinion. Yeah, Blair Cobbs is pretty big at welterweight, um, but not skilled and not experienced though. I wonder how when he started boxing, Rocha is really punishing this guy's body, man, and he's taking him. He's taking it. Rocha can't get him down. This guy is like he's gonna be feeling it tomorrow. I think Rocha hurt his hand just now. I saw him wave his hand after throwing that body shot. Maybe it hit his elbow. Yeah, man. We're in the sixth round here, and it's been brutal for the last three rounds or so. And Rocha just can't put him down. Barry Barnes says Harris and Charlo 3. I wouldn't be mad at that. I like Tony. Tony's a Tony's a is a very good boxer. I think the problem with Tony is his stamina, man. He gets bad in the later rounds, man. In all of his low losses, it's just that he can't maintain it. You know, he can't. He got really reckless against Charlo in that rematch. But he's a great boxer, though. He boxes very good. Like when he's fresh, when he's on his best day, he's a very good boxer to watch. I love watching Tony Harrison box. Like the sweet science. When I like looking at fighters, like I like watching Tony. But he has to be on his A game. No, he's not always on his A game. Yeah, I just don't think as good as Rocha looks in this fight, and he's clearly winning the fight, he needs if he expects to get a stoppage here, he gotta really turn it up a different gear, and he keeps punching himself out, and he doesn't have the power to put this guy away, man. As he has good power, but this guy is shelling up good. I see that a lot of these punches are getting blocked by his elbows and his forearms, but some are getting through, and he just can't put this guy away, man. This guy's just taking a beating. Nah, I wouldn't want to see Tony versus Fedora. Fedora is gonna just too much. It's just too much. I say, see the thing with Fedora is as easy as he is to hit, he has a pretty good chin, and he could take the punishment. I think he could be outboxed. Um, but I also think that I think Charlo's like the worst fighter for him, style wise, though. But I think he would get to Tony, just like similar like the way Hurd did. So we're in the seventh of this 10-round fight. It's starting to look like we're not gonna get any knockouts here, man. All these fights, full fights, man. Pretty long card. Oh, big left hand to the body by Rocha. Another big one up top. That one hurt Barone a little bit, but Barone is still, yo, man, he's still right there. This guy got a hell of a heart, yo. This guy just is just taking the shots, man, and he's still fighting. How do I see Spence versus Vendora? Um, that's a good matchup, honestly. Because Vendora is basically a taller, longer Spence. I don't think he's as technically sound as Spence, or I don't think he's a better talent, but Fedora beats his opponents the same way, just strictly volume and pressure. Spence will really have to beat a boxer there. I see Spence beating him on points, but I can't see him getting stopped by Spence. You know, but if Spence is not careful and he tries to go to a dog fight with this guy, or especially even on the inside, he can. I don't think it'll be good for him. That's actually a good matchup. I think Charlo has much more better success against Fundora than Spence. Charlo moves better. He's great. He has great legs. Um, he's just more agile, and he knows how to time them really big shots. Spence is more like he's gonna work behind the jab and he's gonna dog you out. So I think him and his Spinora styles kind of match each other closer. Whereas, Charlo is gonna be connected with bombs until he gets the stoppage. That's a good fight. No, I'm not out in the country. I'm at my dad's house. Man, I left the country. I was at the cabin. I only got one video out for the cabin I was in for this breakdown for this fight tonight. I didn't get to do a lot of content there because I was gonna try to get up early and do a Donnie Nietes fight with Yoka, but it wasn't shown on anything. You needed a link to watch the fight. I don't think they had it on ESPN. I couldn't find it, and I'm not gonna do a commentary on a fight unless it's on like an official app. So I didn't even bother doing that, but I only did one video. Nah, we're close to the fight. Fight's coming up soon, but we're not in the fight yet. Nah, heavyweight boxing can't be popular like NFL and NBA or baseball. I don't think it could, or at least not now. I think there was a chance for it, somewhat of a chance with the current stable, like with Fury, Wilder, and Joshua. But as like that famous, nah, I don't see anybody in the I think Jared Anderson for an American heavyweight, I think he has potential to get there, but no one really knows about him yet. You know what I'm saying? Like only like diehards really know about him. You know, for the heavyweights to get popular, um, it takes a little bit more consistency. Like you need a good crop of like American heavyweights, not just one or two guys. You know what I'm saying? I think you need a good amount of them. And I think that's why people lost interest in the 2000s because all of the famous guys were all like welters, like lightweights up to welterweights and or middleweights, like the Floyds, the De La Hoyas, the Pacquiaos, all of those guys were smaller divisions. And, in the heavyweights, you just didn't have any. You had Samuel Peter, you had Chris Bird, um, you had like Areola. You didn't have any really famous like heavyweights that came out during the Klitschko era. You know what I'm saying? So I think it takes a good group of them. And this fight is still going on as it's been, guys. I know I'm just chatting, but I'm still watching the fight here. And Rocha just can't stop this guy. This guy's just too durable, man. But as I was saying, I don't believe that the heavyweight division can be what it was in the 90s when it was super popular to watch these fights. You had so many top tier heavyweights that were American, and even the ones that weren't American, the Americans knew of them. Like Lennox Lewis wasn't American, but he was famous here, like the 2000s just didn't have it. They just didn't have it. CMP, what's up with you, man? What's good? Yeah, the average person is just not into boxing. I have a few select friends that's really into it. I have a good amount of them. Some of them box, most of them box. Um, Most of them actually box. Some of them box pro. Some are, really, in the mix. Some of them box as amateurs for a really long time. And then a few of them are just fans. But to be honest, most of my like the free I know a lot of people, most of my friends just watch basketball, baseball, and football, and hockey. I have more friends that's in hockey that than boxing. And then also you got more I have more friends that are into MMA, not only because they actually compete and they fight or they train, but they just lost interest in boxing because they're just not into like the current stable of fighters. You know what I'm saying? Like it just, I don't know. The last, in a way, in a sense, as much of a Mayweather fan as I am, I think a lot of people were watching him. You had his fans, but you had a lot of people that was watching him hoping he would lose because they didn't like his style. A lot of people didn't like Mayweather's style, to be honest. I used to throw a lot of fight parties. Um, back like 10 years, like 10 to 8 years ago. And I can tell you that, people love Floyd, but it's like people miss the knockouts. People miss the knockouts that they got if they were fans of boxing before that. Some people love Manny Pacquiao for it, but they weren't big guys, you know. People loved Cotto, people loved Mosley, but people loved the bigger guys doing it. And once we lost those guys, like those guys all done, like after the Klitschko's took over, people just lost interest, man. Nobody was following American heavyweight boxing after the Klitschko's came and took over. Nobody was doing it. Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder brought back American boxing more than has been in 20 years. And Fury is not even American. If we just gonna be honest, Wilder and Fury is they did it, man. Joshua did it worldwide, but I'm talking about America. Joshua wasn't making noise in America. He still hasn't been making noise. A lot of people don't know who Joshua is still in America. Yeah, I see a comment. That's funny. He says, my team at work asked me what shows I binge, and I said YouTube boxing. They were all like, what? That's pretty funny. Yo, yeah, I'm a big YouTuber. So I check YouTube before I check TV shows or TV. I don't watch TV at all. I only watch TV if I'm watching a live game, like an NBA game or a football game or something like that. I don't really watch like television. Like I might have it on, but I'm just not really looking for anything when I watch it. So Verone is on like a Rocha, got Rocha on the ropes, and Verone is. I gotta give this guy like some credit, man. This guy put on a fight. Yeah. So back to what I was saying, man. Wilder and Fury gave us a piece of what we've been missing in American. I'm talking about America. I'm not talking about worldwide because worldwide, Joshua, you definitely got to include Joshua. Joshua was giving us some good fights, man. Dillian White was good. The Klitschko fight was one of the best modern day boxing fights. He gave us some good ones. Even him getting beat up by Andy Ruiz in that first fight, it brought a lot of attention to the sport. Fortunately for him, it brought him a lot of negative attention from Americans because that's a lot of people were just watching him for the first time when he fought here. I mean, I was there in the garden that day. Like I remember how the arena was, and I know there was mostly British people there, but there were a lot of Americans there too. And I think if he looked good in that fight and had another fight in America, I think he could have definitely build himself there. But once that loss happened, he went right back to the UK, and I don't know, man. I think he should have just had another fight here, man. I don't even think I've talked about that before on here. I think most people feel that something was wrong before the fight. The way he looked before the fight, he had bruises in his face. We heard that he had a concussion from sparring, but I think he should have took another fight here in America. But I mean, does it really matter if you could fill out 90,000 people in Wembley? I can understand why he feel like he didn't have to come back. You know? Yeah, I go to YouTube first. Yeah, I come to YouTube first and check my subscriptions and see if who's posting some content. So I follow boxing mainly, but I don't listen to boxing channels that much. Not as much as I used to. I don't listen to only listen. I don't listen to many. You guys, I've said this before. I listen to boxing channels less and less these days. Just because, like, I don't know. Everybody's like kind of the same. I watch a lot of other channels on different stuff unrelated to boxing. All right, so we're closing out this fight. We're in the 10th round. 45 seconds left in the fight, and Ryan Garcia is up next. I know a lot of y'all been waiting. I know I'm definitely been waiting because this undercard has been long and dry, man. No knockouts. We only got one knockdown in the last three fights. You know, and Rocha heard him. Oh, Verone took a knee, but it was a slip. Nah, Danny, it's too personal. Getting too personal now. Ralph says Fortuna will sleep Ryan. I'll get your KO. I'll get my KO. Listen, if he does sleep Ryan, I'm not gonna be complaining. No, I can't put a mirror behind me. Sorry. I know a lot of people come here and ask me if I do that. I never seen a channel actually do that. Sorry. Who you guys got? I mean, listen, I've seen a few comments here thinking that no, I'm not a software. I don't do anything IT. I went to school. I have a degree in computer science, but I don't nah. Uh who do you guys got winning this fight? Let me know in the comments. We're getting pretty close to the fight. We're getting pretty close to Charles. You're funny. No, this is the same glass, man. I've been babysitting this thing because I'm too busy talking to y'all. Uh I what do you guys got for the fight, man? What's your predictions for the fight before we start it? Maker says Ryan in the eighth. Ivan said Ryan, but I won't be surprised if Fortuna do it. Dan Dano said, "Don't move the glass. I can see the fight." Ralph says, "I got Ryan, but I'm rooting for Fortuna." Uh, Low blow said Fortuna gotta be dirty as ever. Headbutts, low blows, tons of clinching and hitting. Uh Barry says Ryan is gonna KO Fortuna in the 6th round. Joe says Garcia in 9th. Ryan by KO. Oh, that's the helicopter. My dad is like a military dude, so he has like a lot of he has jets and he has like a lot of military stuff all over the house. He's in the army. Yeah. So mostly Ryan here. Not too many for not too many Fandora guys here. I see. I said Ryan in 5. I say Ryan in 5. Uh, I have Ryan 5. You know, I don't think we're gonna get to the 6th bell. So that's my prediction. Yeah, I got Ryan in 5. Jamarius, what's up, man? What's up, Jonathan? Kareem was good. All right, so let's get it. Yo, before this fight's about to start. Let's get a quick roll call, see who's in the building, see where everybody is from. You know how we normally do. I see there's a lot of new names in here. So where's everybody from? Where are you guys from? Where are you guys checking in from? Ryan is gonna go throw 6,000 hooks. Southern Cali's in the building. Chicago, Tennessee, Cali, BX, you already know. Houston, Columbia, Atlanta, Phoenix, Newfoundland, Osaka, Sacramento, Tanzania. Okay. Quiet night tonight. Memphis is in the building. Bricks, Newark, New Jersey. Texas. Chicago. Seoul. All right. London, Rochester, Texas. A lot of California people. Toronto's here. Yo, I remember when Ryan knocked out Duno. That was such a weird knockout because it doesn't even look like he connected with that left hook in that fight, right? Do you guys remember that? I remember doing a breakdown, or I might have done. I might have covered that fight live. Do you guys remember that? Well, up to that point, that was supposed to be Ryan's biggest test when he fought Romero Duno, and Ryan knocked him out with a left hook, but it looked like it didn't even touch him really. Like it grazed him, you know. Phoenix is in the building. It'll be good to see a nice you know why you know what the thing about 135? You know I wouldn't be mad if anyone got like an upset is because most of them are not fighting each other. And that's why I wouldn't really be that mad, you know? I don't like when like everybody's getting like they're dragging out the fights, you know, because most of the top tier guys are not fighting each other. It's like the guys that's right beneath, they're all like beating like the same fighters, like that's just below like top tier. So I think we're due for a good upset. So I wouldn't be mad if Ryan loses. Like I'm not. I mean, I guess I want him to win because I'm not like a big fan of Fortuna, but I'm not a big fan of Ryan either. I got Jameson, man. You already know Young Hollywood was good with you. What's the next fight I'm calling? Good question. That's a good question, actually. Let's see. What am I? So this weekend, I think I did check the schedule. Next weekend, I'm sorry, next week, not this weekend. Next weekend, what do we have? We have Joette Gonzalez against Isaac Dogbay. I'm not sure if I'm covering that. All right. But I'll let you guys know. That should be a pretty good fight, though. But I don't know if I'm calling that. I'll let you guys know. Uh you got Danny Garcia against Jose Benavidez coming up. That's gonna be at 154. I mean, that's another fight that I'm not really crazy about. It's gonna be here in Brooklyn, though. Well, I'm not in Brooklyn now, but it's gonna be here in New York. I mean, all right. Antoine Russell Jr. is gonna be fighting Ramses Barthélemy. Adam Kanowski is gonna be making his return that day too. I mean, it's a decent card, but as the boxing schedule is kind of slow coming up. August 6th, you got Jake Paul against Hasim Rahman. Amanda Serrano's going to be making her return. Virgil Ortiz is going to be making his return. You know, so I don't know, man. Slow. It's a slow boxing month. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I'm gonna let you guys know. We got a lot of good. You know what it is? We got a lot of good cards. I said this earlier. We got a lot of good cards from like March to June. So it's been kind of slowed up a little bit, you know. But I'm gonna do the what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you Joshua Usyk breakdown early. I'm gonna try to give Shields and Marshall breakdown early too. I want to get the major fights that's down the line early. I want to get them out early, you know. A lot of people have been asking me for Joshua and Usyk lately, like an actual breakdown of the fight. And I think the only reason why I haven't broken down yet is because I'm still unsure about how I think the fight is going to go. I can easily break down, how the fight could go for both, but I didn't decide yet on who I'm going to pick as a winner. I think fights like that is the harder fights to pick, because even though Joshua clearly lost to me, and I thought it was clear, I still think that he lost so clear because he fought the wrong fight. I think he's capable more of what he did. But I also, Joshua is like one of my favorite fighters, so I want him to win. So I don't want to be biased if I say I think he's gonna win. You know what I'm saying? I always believed that Usyk was more skilled, but I thought the size advantage would put Joshua, give him that advantage. And he didn't use it in the first fight, you know. So Ryan's getting ready to come out. They're showing him in his dressing room, and Fortuna's still warming up. So, I mean, they said ring walkouts was going to be at 11. So I mean, they're never on time, but especially when you go to stretch it because there was no knockouts in the earlier fights. All right, but they're showing Fortuna warming up, and Ryan is getting ready to come out. Mind you, Ryan got this ridiculous chain on. I don't know who he made. I know Ryan got way more money than me, and I'm not trying to diss like his money or anything like that, but that chain he got looks ridiculous. It looks like a it looked like a 5-year-old made it. That's a terrible, terrible nameplate chain he got on. I don't know what jeweler he goes to, but that's a terrible chain. Oh man, he has a Dior robe. Yeah, I know. I don't know. By the way, Sean Porter's clothing, his dressing got uh dressing has improved. He has a really nice suit, nice fedora hat too, nice shoes, everything. He's on point. Yo, listen, for the money, I can see why people put a little bit money into Javier Fortuna because he's a huge underdog, but I really don't think he's gonna win. Shout to Audi, man. Audi, one of the YouTube content creators working on the zone, working all of these cards basically full time. That's what's up. That's really dope, man. Yeah, I can't get off Ryan Garcia's chain, man. His chain look crazy. That's the terrible chain. I wouldn't wear that for free. If somebody gave me a chain that said BoxingWave and it looked like that, I would sell it immediately. I wouldn't even go outside with it on, to be honest. Respectfully, though. Respectfully. Don't tell him I said that because he could beat me up. But I'm just saying, respectfully, I just wouldn't wear that chain. Especially like, I don't know, man. I've been shut up. I'm just shut up. Expeditiously. Expeditiously. Yo, the thing is too with this fight, I don't think the weight made it. I don't think the weight helps Fortuna neither. He did not look good at the weigh-in, man. He looked like a blown up. You know how Mikey looked when he fought as a welterweight? I feel that about Fortuna right now. You know, like he doesn't look good as a as a junior welterweight. He's just small. He looked like a blown up, yeah, junior welterweight. I don't know, man. Ryan's gonna beat him up, man. I'm sorry. Nah, I can't beat up Ryan Garcia. You crazy? That kid could hook. He could punch, man. I've seen a lot of his videos. That kid could punch, bro. All right, they're coming out now, guys. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up, man. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't already. So Javier Fortuna is entering or walking, doing his ring walk now. Rena doesn't look too full, man. Not that I really care, because I don't do videos on the numbers or anything like that. But it's noticeable. And as much as I hate the fact that Tank keeps it completely PBC, what they say is right. He fills up those arenas, man. people love coming out to see Tank. People go out to them fights, man, and it's nothing but stars there. People love. They don't even care who he's fighting. I know we complain as boxing fans. We complain about like him not fighting Loma or Haney. Man, when Tank fights, I don't know, man. You know, when it comes to the PBC, it's Wilder, Tank, and Spence. But Tank is like right there, bro. I mean, top tier celebrities are at his fights, man. This is why they're so strictly business when it comes to like all of that. They don't care about unifications. They don't care about none of that stuff. So on a business standpoint, I understand, but as a boxing fan, I only want to see, I don't care about that stuff. I kind of just, I just want to see the best fight the best. But from a business standpoint, they're kind of like they hustling the sport. Yo, I can't get over Ryan's chain. Ryan's walking to the out of his dressing room now. That chain looked terrible, bro. Oh my god, I can't get. It's bothering me. It looked like he got it out of the vending machine, bro. I can't. They gotta tell him to stop wearing that, please. That chain looks terrible. What is he doing? And then, all right, let me stop. Let me see what y'all say. I'm not talking no more. Chain looks terrible. Ryan is milking the game with easy fights before he gets smashed by Tank. That's boxing biz. My thing is the fight as big as we make it out to be? Like, is Ryan as big as they're trying to make it? Is he really that much bigger than? Like, I know he has more Instagram followers than people, but I'm not talking about that because those can be purchased. I'm talking about like as far as sales and views and all that, because we can't see a lot of these numbers. We don't know a lot of these numbers. Is he as big as we think he is? Is a fight between Ryan and Tank really bigger than a fight between Haney and Tank? You know, or Loma and Tank? Is Ryan really that big? Because we say that, but is he really that big? I don't believe he is. I don't know anyone that knows him outside of boxing fans. I'm not talking about Instagram followers. Instagram followers don't mean a damn thing. It really doesn't. They can be purchased. You know that. And even if he has more followers than them, Instagram is, does he have a bunch of girls following him because they think he's attractive? Is it like, or is it a bunch of boxing fans following him? I think he has more followers than Canelo, and he's not more famous than Canelo. So I don't know what is that fight really that big. You know, the reason why they do what they do with Tank is because they figure we're gonna pull in money with or without any of these guys. It hurts the boxing fans because we want to see Tank fight the elite fighters because we think he's capable. But as far as a business standpoint, I kind of understand why they just like, yo, we're gonna make these numbers without having to fight any of these guys. You know, I don't know. Cap says it's only bigger than a Haney fight because Ray's possible because he's gonna bring the Mexican fan base. And that's always gonna be a big thing. You bring the Mexican fan base to fight another popular Black or Puerto Rican fighter. That's always gonna be a big thing. You know, with the Mexican community. So that's a good point. So Ryan's about to enter the ring now. Look at Rolly right there. Yo, wait, hold. Is that Rolly right there on the side? Or is this a guy that looked like a the guy look is that yo, can somebody confirm that the guy that was on the right by the ring is that Rolly Romero? I believe that's Rolly Romero. All right, so Ryan is in the ring, and what I mainly want to see, I think he's gonna knock him out, but I want to see if he's gonna improve. We're gonna see any kind of improve. If this does goes rounds, I want to see if Ryan can really improve on some of the flaws that I stated in the breakdown video that I did. Take the chain off, bro. Somebody take the chain off, please. Somebody take the chain off now. Take the chain off. He looks so uncomfortable wearing it. Oh my god. That is Rolly, right? Did you guys ever watch the sparring that's on YouTube? The sparring session they had like a while where Rolly was just mauling him. Oh, that's Ryan Garcia's brother in a white shirt. I forgot that he boxed too. That's his brother. What's up? School is the best. What's good? Everybody hit that thumbs up, by the way. Nah, I didn't move, man. This is my dad. I've done videos here before. And it's not in a minute. I haven't done a live here in a long time. I think the last time I did a live here, or like a live commentary video, I've done videos here. The last time I did a live commentary video here was when Terrence Crawford fought Kell Brook. That was the last live commentary video I did here. I don't know why I was hyped to see Rolly, man. He's a funny guy. I don't know, man. I don't know why. Rolly's a funny dude, man. Like he's a funny guy, man. That's all I can say. All right, Javier Fortuna. Yo, what if Javier Fortuna knocks him out in like one round? Yo, that would be crazy. I gotta put this glass down because I don't want to break it. I'm gonna put this glass over here where it's safe, so I don't want to knock anything over just in case something crazy happens. Sorry, man. No links, man. I'm watching it straight on the zone, man. Do everything the legal way on here. Yeah, Garcia, Ryan looks full at 140, man. He looks full. He looks good. Like, he looks good. Ryan, Javier looks a little blown up to me, like I said before. Now, let's see how this fight go. All right, they touch gloves. Let's go. Yo, when this fight starts, they're gonna look so different in size, man. Fortuna's completely soft around the waist area. All right, here we go. All right, round one, y'all. King Rye versus the Southpaw, and Fortuna's coming forward. He's staying right there in the center of the ring with Ryan, keeping that guard up and tight. Ryan's throwing all the punches so far. Ryan's being very active with his jab and hook. Landed a straight right through the guard of Fortuna. Nothing from Fortuna yet. Ryan lands a left hook to the body. He's very active so far. All right, so Fortuna's now starting to move. A lot of hooks from Ryan. 6,000 hooks from Ryan. 6,000. One of you said that. 6,000 hooks. All blocked so far from Fortuna though. They're back in the center of the ring. A lot of punches being thrown from Ryan, but not from Fortuna. Fortuna did counter with a right hand though. Ryan is still stepping on the inside when he steps in though. Notice that he done it like twice already. Nice straight right hand lands from Ryan. Very quick. Definitely has the hand speed advantage along with the size, along with the power. Fortuna swarms him and Ryan ties up. Fortuna steps in and just started wailing at him. Ryan ties him up and they're back in the center of the ring. One thing I don't like about Ryan, and I said this in the breakdown, is that I wish he changed levels a little bit more. Um, he has a good jab. We know he's quick and powerful. But if he pawed a little bit with his lead hand, if he like changed levels a little bit, feinted a little bit more, he's more like jab, straight right, left hook, jab, straight right. Fortuna almost counter him with an overhand left, but Ryan did block it. All right, so the round one is coming to a close. Good round for Ryan so far. Didn't really get much from Fortuna, but for the most part, it's a filling out round. Fortuna looks very chubby for the weight, but he displayed some good defense there. We know that he could be really wild, and he did try to ambush Ryan at one point in the fight. Well, Ryan tied up there. Stephen A. Smith is at the fight. Draymond Green is at the fight. They're showing some of the stars that's there. So there's some stars out there. All right, so round two, y'all. Round one for Ryan. All right. Nothing heavy landed, though. Nothing heavy. Fortuna's sitting here. He's being patient, but he's standing in front of Ryan, y'all. It's not like he's moving around and stuff like that. He is standing his ground against Ryan, and he's looking to ambush. He went for an overhand left and a right, but Ryan stepped out. Nice counter jab lands for Fortuna. 30 seconds into the second round. Ryan's trying to set him up now. Fortuna's looking to Garcia. Yeah. For the commentary just said that Fortuna's looking to counter. Nice straight left lands for Fortuna. Right through the guard of Ryan. See, Ryan right now standing in front of him. He's throwing a straight right. Jab, straight right. No jabs to the body. No feints. It's just he's gonna get timed. And maybe not by Fortuna, but if he is to step up, These guys are going to time him because he's doing the same thing over and over again. Fortuna is trying to step in and catch him, though. He's trying to get the timing down. Ryan has to be careful. Fortuna's doing a pretty good job so far on the defensive end. Lead left hook by Ryan barely misses Fortuna. Barely. Just barely grazed him. Fortuna looks slower. Nice 1-2 lands for Ryan. And Fortuna ties up. Fortuna looks a little bit slower from, what he normally is. Probably because of the extra weight on him. And plus he's getting a little older. But I remember him being faster than this. Fortuna steps in with a straight left and is blocked by Ryan. 17 seconds left in the second round. A better round for Fortuna. I don't know if I can give him the round, but he did open up the round, landing a couple shots. All right. 2 down. Will says Ryan looks slower. Jasmine says Ryan gonna win easy, too quick. Marlon says Danny Trejo looks the same my whole life. Oh man, he always looked the same, man. He almost. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, I see where you go. I think I was watching Desperado like maybe like a couple months ago. And he looked a little younger. He was fit and stuff. But I see where you're going with that. He did look old even then. He like Morgan. He's like the Hispanic Morgan Freeman. Cap says Ryan is too stiff. I agree. Aaron says Fortuna looks good. What's up, Aaron? Venice says Ryan up too. I agree. Fortuna is slightly above Gamboa now at this point in their careers, but not in their prime. Ryan sneaks a straight right in there in his third round. Just opened up. Damn, I'm hungry. Fortuna sneaks a left to the body of Ryan. Ryan's starting to push forward a little bit. But he's still aware of what Fortuna, Fortuna so far has looked for opportunities to try to ambush Ryan. Ryan almost caught him. With a check left hook. But Fortuna's been very aware of it. Good defense from Fortuna so far, though. Ryan lands a jab. I really want to see Ryan learn how to change levels. I want to see him go to the body with his jab more. I think he's so much more he can do. I don't know if they're training him and he's just not doing it. Having multiple trainers at this point. Nice combination from Ryan. Right to the body lands. What Ryan is doing every time Javier would try to like counter and try to ambush him, Ryan would just tie him up. So Javier so far can't really get the offense going. So Ryan is starting to lead. You got to be careful too. We remember what happened in the Luke Campbell fight where he was able to loop that left hand up top, all right, and set Ryan up. Javier just tried to do it. I just said it. 45 seconds left in the third. Fortuna just tried to do it, and Ryan caught it. He had his hand up, and I see improvement there. Nice jab to the body by Ryan. That's like one of the first I've seen from him in this fight. All right, 15 seconds left in the round, the third round here. Still another Ryan round so far. Good defense for Fortuna in this fight. Ryan sneaks a right hand to the body. Crowd seems to not be into the fight. I'm looking at the crowd. They just seem to all just be sitting around, looking around, and see who else is in there. I don't know who Loma is fighting. You're not the first to ask on his first fight back. Uh, I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I think they're waiting to see if they can avoid doing a Kambosos rematch. All right. If they can avoid that, Loma's gonna fight Haney. If not, then I don't know. I don't think they're gonna be able to avoid that. What's up, JT? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my pops will appreciate it. A lot of you guys are asking about the helicopter. He has like a fighter jet one on that corner. I think he got more stuff upstairs. But thank you. I'll let them know you guys like the models. All right, so we're in the fourth round. I gave the first three to Ryan so far. Not enough offense from Fortuna so far yet. Every time he tries to step in and throw and land a combination, Ryan is smothers him right away. And Ryan's been doing a better job keeping that right hand up. Another straight left blocked by Ryan. So, I mean, from what I'm seeing, Ryan is definitely working on some things on the defensive end. Let me say that. Another looping left hand that's blocked by Ryan. Ryan lands a right to the body and lands a right hook up top. I think that bothered Fortuna a little bit. Ryan is starting to open up a little bit, but Fortuna's still in the game. Yeah, Ryan's starting to let his hands go a little bit more now. He's throwing it. It's being blocked for the most part, but he's starting to push Fortuna back a little bit. All right, we're about halfway through the fourth. Oh, left hook to the body lands from Ryan, and he drops Fortuna. Fortuna takes a knee. Just like the Campbell. Fortuna looked like he's about to spit out his mouthpiece. Nah, he's going to get that. He's going to take a point. He's going to take a point. Yeah, he's going to take a point. Or he's going to go to the corner. Maybe he's going to warn him. So Fortuna, as he was on his knee, he was slowly spitting out his mouthpiece. Like you knew it was about to come out. He let it out. He's going to give him a warning. Okay, so Fortuna's been down from a left hook to the body, similar to Luke Campbell. All right. Ryan is now chasing him down. You got to be careful, though. Fortuna is still in the fight. It happened so quick. Fortuna went down right away. So now Fortuna is fighting him with his hands down. And he's just like moving his head a lot. And now he's coming at Ryan, trying to show him that he's not hurt. So he's coming at Ryan now. So Fortuna's coming at Ryan, even though he's just gotten dropped. But he seems to be recovered pretty well. I don't know if he's just trying to throw Ryan off, but Ryan's been on point with his defense in this fight. Ryan's going back at him with the jab now. He's starting to back Fortuna up. Now Fortuna put his hands back up. Oh, another left hook to the body for Ryan. But Fortuna counters with a jab. Oh, big left hook from Ryan. Oh, Ryan stepping in. He's landing. He's getting off now. Fortuna's back on the move. And this looked like this round is coming to a close. Fourth round, done. Knockdown for Ryan Garcia. Hit that thumbs up if you guys haven't already. All right. Devin Haney is in the building. Ade is interviewing him. The interviewing Devin Haney. He says so far Ryan's doing what he's supposed to do. Oh, the body shot. They're showing it in replay. It looked like Ryan was throwing the hook up. It looked like he was throwing the hook high, and he went low with it, and he caught Fortuna flush with that hook. He also caught him another hook later on in that round. All right, so we are in round, what is it, round 5, I think, and Ryan has scored a knockdown and has won every round so far. So far, he's doing good. I've seen improvements. Hope he doesn't get carried away. Hopefully he doesn't get carried. Stay sharp, stay on point. Defensively, so far he's been good. And now he's starting to do a lot more with that lead hand. Now he's probing a lot now more too. Now that he's trying to close a gap and he's trying to finish the show. Let's see what happens. Let's see what Fortuna can do. I haven't seen anything from Fortuna yet, but he's still in the fight and he's still standing in front of Ryan. He's not doing as much movement as he was when he was hurt. Ryan gets straight right through the guard of Fortuna. Got another one in just now. We're a minute into the 5th round. Oh, big right hand hurts Fortuna bad. Even though Fortuna countered, Fortuna goes down again, but he gets right back out right away. Fortuna is hurt. Think he's a little bit more hurt this time. Fortuna comes in with a sweeping right, but Ryan's trying to close the show. So Fortuna has been down, and Fortuna got a big knot on his hand, on the side of his head. I could see there's a little lump on the side of his eye. Fortuna's still in the fight. He lands a big right hook on Ryan, but Ryan's okay. Ryan's still being very cautious, even though he's had Fortuna down twice already. All right, there's about 35 seconds left in the 5th round. Big round for Ryan. 30 seconds left in the round. And Ryan is still stalking him, but he's still being very cautious. He knows Fortuna is dangerous. Fortuna is moving a lot now. Now he's starting to retreat a little bit. He's probably going to survive the round. All right. Another round for Ryan. Oh, I said 5. It's going past 5. Let's see if they show the replay of the knockdown. I want to see exactly how he dropped him because it was during the exchange. I know Ryan threw a right hand first, but I think he might have. Okay, he threw a left hook behind the right hand, and that's what caught him. Okay, it was the left hook because they said it was a left hook. I just didn't see it was so quick, and the left hook landed clean, man. Oh man, he has a little lump on the side of his face from it. All right, so we're in the sixth round. All rounds go to Ryan. Ryan has scored two knockdowns in the last, I mean, a knockdown in each of the last two rounds. But he's still fighting cautiously. He's not being reckless. He's still trying to thoroughly outbox Fortuna and waiting to land a power shot. Nice combination from Ryan again. And Fortuna goes down again with another left hook. Ryan threw a jab, a right hand. Fortuna spits out his mouthpiece again, and the ref waves the fight. I was close. I was close. I was close. I said 5 rounds, right into the 6. Yeah, Fortuna went down, took another knee, and then he spit out his mouthpiece. And then that's when the ref was counting. But once he spit out his mouthpiece, the ref waved it off, and that's it. Prime Time made a lot of money. He said he put 25K on Ryan knockout. I mean, you would have to throw that kind of money in to make some kind of money back. You know what? Most of us wasn't asking for Fortuna, but what I will say is that I did see improvements in Ryan, especially on the defensive end. Especially on the defensive end, I did see some improvements with him. All right. Does it change anything though for me? I still believe that Devin Haney beats him. I still believe that Tank Davis beats him. I don't know, if he's gonna be fighting at 140 or 135. My assumption is if he does come back to 135, it would be a fight that's worth it. I don't think he comes back to 135 for a Jojo Diaz fight. I don't think that it got to be a fight that's going to be big enough and worth the 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 weight drain. You know, all right. It's just a fight where I got to see some improvements in him, and that's it. It doesn't, like you said, it doesn't change how I feel about him as far as a fighter overall. This is a fight where he was a heavy favorite. It was very predictable. You know, he won every round. He scored 3 knockdowns. Um, that's all. That's all I could really say. I don't believe Emmanuel Tago was a southpaw too. Maybe he was. Let me check. I thought he was an orthodox fighter. So yeah, he was orthodox. Um, Luke Campbell was a southpaw fighter. So 2 of his last 3 was southpaws for sure. Shout out to everyone that won money tonight. Thanks for everybody that's here tonight, man, and hanged out for the live. It's pretty good live, very low key, very quiet live. Aaron, thank you. Aaron says, Wade, how do you see Lomachenko faring versus Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Tank Davis, George Kambosos, and a Lopez rematch at 135? Um, I think Lomachenko could beat Ryan, but I don't think it's like easy as like most people would just say. I don't think it's gonna be an easy fight for Loma. All right, I think he can beat Ryan, um, basically off his angles and stuff like that. But it's still dangerous for Loma. I think Devin may be ready now to beat Lomachenko. Maybe now I think he might be ready to beat Lomachenko. You asked me a year ago, I would have said Lomachenko for sure. I'm not too sure right now. All right. Uh, Tank, the same with Tank. I think Lomachenko beats him on points, or Tank wins by knockout. In George, I think Loma dominates George. I said that when they were trying to decide who was going to be George's next opponent. I felt like Lomachenko was going to dominate George Kambosos. Lopez rematch. I don't know. Because Lopez is not going to be fighting at 135 no more. I would like to see how Lopez looks coming off of that loss. I think the loss might have done a lot to him mentally. So I don't know where Lopez stands right now. You know, it's not like him losing recently was more damaging than like Canelo losing to Bivol, for example. Like, I think Lopez may possibly not be the same fighter depending on how we see him, you know, in his next fight. You know, I just don't know if he's mentally stable. You know, just listening to him in interviews and stuff like that, just not sure. Let me see. Let me listen to him. Say he hits hard. He saw Fortuna hits hard. Talking about the body shot he landed in the first knockdown. See, he just said what I said. He was trying to throw the Luke Campbell shot. He was trying to land that shot. And Ryan did a good job defensively in this fight. He saw it coming every time. The gloves was always up, you know, and he like slipped it and weaved it every single time it was thrown. I think he did a good job with that. I have to give him credit for that. You know, fighting another southpaw and looking better against a fighter that was trying to time the same shot. I still believe Luke Campbell is better than Javier Fortuna, though. You know, so I think that this is Ryan's second best opponent, but it's a good win. You know, it's a decent win, but that's all it is. He's talking about mental health now. He has his chain back on. He says he felt a lot better at 140. He said he gonna fight Tank next. No, you're not, bro. You've never like fought anybody you called out, yo. You're not fighting Tank, bro. If Tank wants to fight Ryan, then it will happen. But it's not up to Ryan. He's not beating Tank. I don't think he beats Tank. Yo, they don't want to give Javier Fortuna try to get an interview in, and they ain't want to give him an interview. Yo, damn, that's hard, man. Javier Fortuna tried to grab the mic, and they were like, nah, they pulled the mic from Yo, that is so crazy how boxing is, man. They like, bro, that's how I mean, this is what I mean about like when they put these fights together. Because, you know, it's like, bro, we know that you're not really putting Fortuna in there because you think he's gonna win the fight. He's just an opponent. He's a guy that has, you know, people familiar with in the division. You know, he had some good fights. but you don't really respect him like that. You know he's just coming in to lose, and that's it. And that's it. You know, even if he's trying to win the fight, yo, look at how they didn't even want to give him an interview, man. He stood there waiting to get an interview, man. I mean, the guy wanted to probably tell him how he felt, and they just pulled the mic from him. That's so disrespectful, man. To do that to a former champion. It's like, no, we're not giving you an interview. That's crazy. I think the fight with Rolly would be fun. I think a fight with Rolly would be fun. Because I just want to see the trash talk leading up to the fight. I don't even care how the fight goes. They could do a double KO. But I just want to see the build up to that fight. It won't really do anything for me for either fighter, but you know, Campbell is better than Fortuna. Absolutely. All right. So look, I mean, to close this all out, Ryan beats Fortuna, knocks him down 3 times, stops him in the early sixth round. Um, defense was improved. Defense was definitely improved in this fight. Uh, I mean, that's all I can really say. I still want to see things like I want him see. I want to see more feints and more probing, and I want to see more jabs to the body. Those are the key things with Ryan. I just want him to mix up his offense a little bit more. I want him to have more setups than just jab, jab, straight right hand. I know it's working for him for these guys, right? For these guys, yes, it is working well. It's working out for him. But if he is going to fight Tank Davis, if he is going to fight, he's going to step up and fight better competition, he has to be better than what he's just given us here. If he's going to fight Devin Haney, if he's going to fight these guys, he needs to bring a little bit more, you know? But look, it's not a bad performance because I saw improvements, and that's all I'm really looking for. Most of us wasn't expecting Javier Fortuna to win. I thought I didn't even think he'd get past 5. And that's pretty much what we got, you know? So, look, it was a great live with you guys. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Thank you for all the people that, hit the smash the like button, share the video. Everyone that left donations, appreciate that. I'm going to get off. I'm going to get a couple, do a quick review of the fight. All right. And then I'm out of here, man. I hope everyone has a good night. And I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. I'm going to spend the next couple of days here. So I'll be back tomorrow to talk more, do some more boxing talk. Mostly about what we already discussed. All right. If you are new here, please, before you go, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also hit the bell notification. If you hit the bell notification, you'll be alerted whenever I drop new videos. All right. So y'all have a good night. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace.